All right. All right. We're starting. I believe my sound is working. Let me just take a look at Discord here. I'm gonna just. Should I? No. We start the event at 6:30. For now, we're just gonna start compiling in the people. Let me just take a look at. Whoa! No! Don't make noises. All right. Let me notify everybody. Everyone. Streaming live. All right. All right. Looks like we are ready. I think we're ready to play. We're ready to go. Ready to do the thing. How do I look? Do I look okay? Is my hair too kept? Like, I feel like I gotta mess it up a little bit. Like I don't know. Scar says first. Hello. Yes, you are first. If it would. Like, I don't know. Is that okay? I don't know. Fucking. My hair is getting long. And I don't know. I may just make him go. Ooh, Bobro says Destiny is streaming as well for his Un-F America tour. I was first. It just took me a while to type out my message. Okay. All right. Hello, guys. Hello. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. You can call in. Call in. Let me delete that. I don't think I need that. We can remove that. And then we're going to just... All right. We're going to call this what? What do we call this? File, save as... I think it's like 195, I think is the video that I'm on. Video. Main videos. Videos. Hold on a sec. Yep, I was correct. 195. New folder. Call it 195 plus. And we're just going to call this 195. Brandon said, Destiny is banned for inciting violence. Okay. Yes, you did. I forfeit my crown to you, Scar. Scar says, holy shnikes. First. Okay. 1SR. 1SR. Okay. All right, let's play some Stalker while we wait for a call. We are taking calls. Calls are ready. We can take calls. 202-998-5218. Do you disagree with the soy boy liberal? The soy boy woke liberal? Do you disagree? Well, I'm right here. I'm taking up Charlie Kirk's banner, and I'm continuing. Maybe I'm not as popular as Charlie Kirk, but I am taking it up. All right, let me look at my inventory. What do we got here? Ooh, all right, we got a lot of stuff. That's a very good sniper. We're going to keep that. Good shotgun, too, while we're at it. Bobro says, how did he invite violence? I'm assuming he's talking about Destiny. I don't watch Destiny, so you're gonna have to educate me on it. All right, let me take a look here. So we got some items here. I think we should be able to sell this stuff, right? What is that? A map? Radio protection? Nothing wrong with that. That is a really good, but look at the radiation is maximum. We need to find something that has protection maximum to offset this. But that's really good. Thermal and bleeding resistance, that is a solid. Bobro says, I want to watch Destiny alongside you. I can't just stream Destiny. I would get content ID'd. Oh, we got to sell this stuff though. Nose gland. Poltergeist organ, bloodsucker tentacle, piece of pseudo dog hide, boar fang. Okay. This is why I like dual monitors, a way to get audio from my computer. Yeah, I got a triple monitor setup with this monster of a computer, I must admit. Absolute monster computer. Anyway, where are we going? We're going to go to sell my stuff. I think I can sell my stuff. There's a guy to sell the stuff right here. I keep walking in and out of this place, but I just need to sell my stuff. All right, here we go. So, oh, he doesn't buy that. Okay, so I can't go to him. That's a healing guy. There's bed there, and I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't think that there is a spot to sell here. We're very limited ever since the invasion. Forget it. Let's just get to the sphere. Okay. Scar says how the script flipped is wild. Now the conservatives are calling for canceling. Rain says, ew. Bobros says they will flip the script till they get a dictatorship. I completely agree with that. Brandon says you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they are going to events, so they turn to their leadership and turn down the temperature. Just what? That's wild. Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's a wild take. Oh my. I need to heal. Ow. Bruh. I don't have enough health potions for... I don't have enough health for this. I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. We're leaving. All right. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. I didn't like that there were just like 5 enemies and they were capable of just shooting at me at once. Oh, forget it. Leaving. Brandon says, yeah, that's too close for comfort in terms of inciting violence. Glad you're not deranged. I guess you have common sense, unlike Destiny. I mean, let's be honest. Destiny is a far better debater than I am. Like, I couldn't hope to be as good as Destiny, but I just don't have the brain for it. I don't have that ability. Like, do you see how fast that guy talks and thinks? I'm like, Jesus, I can't do it. I'm not at that level, you know? He would be like really, really good even at like League of Legends. League, oh my God, I gotta like pour my entire brain into it to like have a remote chance at League, and I'm not very good at League either. I have no idea how he is able to play League and debate at the same time. Like a single player game, no problem. I can hit pause. I can, you know. Which says he's on Addies. Is that what's happening? Like it's just Adderall? Am I getting hit? Something's hitting me. I need to get out of here. This is bad. All right, let's just run. There's a poltergeist hitting me. Where is it? Got my shotgun. Where's the poltergeist? There it is. I see him. I see it. Screw you, poltergeist. We got this. By the way, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in. Let's have a debate. I am a bona fide soy boy liberal. Can confirm. Can confirm. Bona fide soy boy liberal. Hey, we're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, are you debating today?
I sure am. What's going on? Who's calling?
This is Guacamole Kid. I debated you one time a few weeks ago about trans people. It was quite a long discussion we had.
All right. So lately I've been kind of limiting the amount of time between to like about 30 minutes. So let's see how
Yeah.
we do. And it's just to, keep things fresh. So, all right, why don't you tell me your, what's going on?
Well, we had briefly just touched on the, January 6th. We didn't really talk about it, but I mentioned that I'd like to. There was just a couple sentences, but back and forth between us on it. Of course.
So you want to talk about January 6th then?
Yes, if you want to.
All
I
right.
mean, it's up to you. It's your show.
What about January 6th would you like to talk about?
Well, my contention is that, and this is documented on tons of video and everything that's out. My contention is that basically January 6th was a setup. It was people who were dressed up like MAGA people causing the problems, and it was kind of used as a big kind of photo op to create a false narrative.
Where did you get that information?
Well, I mean, it's just okay. It's hard to find a place to wade into the water on this topic because I mean it's been a while. But let me just give you a little bit more background before we get started in earnest. My contention is that January 6th was a really cold day, and Trump was giving his speech at about a mile from the Capitol that day. And if you were a MAGA person, that really went to Washington, D.C., you would not go to Washington, D.C. and skip Trump's speech and hang around the Capitol and yell at cops and stuff. That's not, say what you want about MAGA people, but that's not a common thing you ever see from them is being contentious with cops, tearing down barricades, trying to break windows. And how hard is it to put on a red shirt and a red hat and act like an idiot? Okay, so I mean, I'll let you take it from there, but that's a starting point. I have more specifics as we go, if you'd like.
So I saw lots and lots of footage that day, and from what I was able to observe is that it was very clear to me that it was a bunch of people that were unhappy about the election results, and Donald Trump helped sow that seed of chaos. And when it was finally going down, it took over 2 hours for Donald Trump to respond. We already know that there are, for example, federal indictments and trial evidence that did show coordinated planning by groups such as the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys through encrypted chat messages. There were logistics as well as travel equipment that was corroborated. You're talking about leadership direction that ultimately culminated in a coordinated assault on the Capitol. So that itself, that's not an anecdote, right? These are actual charged in litigations that were done in court. What would you say to that?
Well, let me respond to that. Did you know that all of the fences around the Capitol, all of the barricades, and all of the do not enter signs were taken down, and all the people had rushed up to the Capitol who were at the Capitol an hour before Trump was done speaking a mile away.
So I'm going to, so again.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me say one more thing. During that period of time, Trump delayed his speech a little bit, so it was even a longer wait. During that time, if you watch video from that time, they're play acting, man. That group of people who were at the Capitol causing the problems were actors. They were federal agents. They were crisis actors. And the trials were a combination of, in my opinion, fake arrests of the people who were these federal agents, like Ray Epps and people like that who caused the trouble. I mean, have you ever seen MAGA people ever acting like that at any other time? And especially when Trump is speaking a mile away, who's going to hang around the Capitol and do that? The thing that was pertinent that day was that Congress was going to pass the vote. What the Trump was asking, what the conservatives were asking, what the Republicans were asking was to delay the vote for 10 days and send it back to the states for an investigation before they ratified it. That was it. There was no bone of contention. The things you're talking about, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, those are heavily infiltrated by federal agents. Those arrests and everything, I mean, Ray Epps was an Oath Keeper. He was we got to go into the Capitol. People were calling him a Fed the day before he was saying that to people. So, I mean, does it make any sense to you that MAGA people were breaking windows and stuff? When did they do that? Give me one other example when MAGA people riot and act like that.
You didn't address what I said.
Okay. Well, what do you want me to address?
You just kind of skirted around it, bringing up the other topics. So I'm going to ask you again, right? I'm going to ask you again. Okay.
Okay.
There were federal indictments as well as trial evidence that showed planning of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, and there was leadership specifically directed at creating a coordinated assault on the Capitol. Okay? And this is instances where they were charged and litigated in court. You are telling me that this is all... Corrupt. Stop. You are telling me that is...
Yeah. Yes.
That's a setup? The courts are a setup?
Yeah. Yes. If you have federal agents...
But they were charged in a jury of their peers. Where are you getting this information?
Were they fair trials? Were they all real trials?
Yes, it's a jury of their peers. Yes.
The cops let them up to the front of the thing. Up to the front of the Capitol.
As for the barricades, what the video shows is that officers initially moving the barriers, that's actually not correct. That happened after the crowd had already become overwhelming in size and aggression. The Capitol Police were outnumbered in areas of direct assault. In those moments, they required tactical withdrawals, and that was done to avoid escalation, not increasing potential lethal force. You're acting as if that the barricades... Stop. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Fired on a peaceful
crowd. You are not listening, man. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Okay,
all right, I have to mute you, man, because I want to have the conversation, but the problem is that if you just come in with just trying to steal, bulldoze your way through, that's not how this works. The problem in order for you to say, okay, so by your account, right, if I trust what you said, not only was the riots themselves just an act or a sham and it was BS, then you're telling me that there were specific people that were taken to a court of law, indicted. That was also a sham. Do you understand how incredulous that sounds? How incredible that has to be? That doesn't make any sense. Where are you getting that?
It's the truth. I've studied it way more than you have.
No, that's not the truth, man. Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? Why does it require this giant, huge conspiracy with all sorts of moving pieces? By the way, mind you, not a single leak of what you're saying to be corroborated as the truth. You're telling me that is more likely than a bunch of crazy nut jobs, anti-government nut jobs storm the Capitol. Come on, seriously?
Hey, listen, man. If you were a MAGA person,
is it incredible to think? Is it incredible to think? Do you believe it is possible for anti-government people to show up to the Capitol and want to overthrow it? Is that possible in your mind?
That's not what happened.
Oh, holy shit. That's not what I asked.
It was
I didn't say that's what happened. That's not what happened. I'm asking you. I am asking. Oh my God. All right. I got to mute you again. I got to mute you again. Chill. I need you to answer. I need you to listen to what I am saying very closely. Okay. Because I didn't say that's what happened. Okay. What I am asking you very clearly is, do you think it is possible that anti-government protesters would storm the Capitol building? Do you think that's possible?
I think that fake MAGA people, crisis actors, and feds did it.
We're doing it one more time. You're not answering the question. Okay, I need you to answer the question. Very, very carefully listen to what I said. I didn't say it happened or it didn't happen. MAGA did it, MAGA didn't do it. I'm asking you, is it possible for there to be anti-government protesters to storm the Capitol building? Is it possible in your mind?
Not that day.
Holy shit. Dude, I didn't ask about January 6th in that question. All right, we're one more time. Is it possible?
Yeah, Democrats have done it before.
Oh my fucking God. Is it possible? That's a yes or no question. Not the answer to that question isn't Democrats.
You never answered my original
right. So
question.
If it is possible, right, I have to ask myself, what is likely more probable? Anti-government protesters storm the Capitol, or all of it was faked? The FBI had stormed in on that, and after the fact, the FBI actors and the people that were directly involved with it, they got a sham trial, and by the way, not a single person opened their mouth about that. I find that more incredible than a bunch of anti-government protesters storming the building, right? You and I just have to agree to disagree. I think I'm just going to tell you right now, man. I believe you're oh my God. All right. He's not listening. I have to mute him. So I believe that your epistemology is put into question here, right? Your basic ability of determining fact from fiction is woefully poor, right? I recommend a book, pick up a book called Epistemology, Belinda's Beginner Guides. All right. And I'll show it up on screen. Hold on. Belinda's Beginner Guides. I mean, I don't think you're like a bad person, but I think you really need to reconsider, hold on, epistemology on what it is that you're able to determine, truth versus fiction. Okay. You can actually get this book on Amazon. It's available. It's on, Audible. I use the Audible. It's fabulous. Here, I'll go ahead and stream it for other people to see the title. I read it myself, and it's very good at giving you understanding on how to determine truth. I recommend it because I think that this fundamentally comes down to your ability of realizing what's fact from fiction. I think you're way lost in the sauce. Like I brought up relevant court case material and literal evidentiary fact, and you're saying that's all a sham. It's nonsense.
Yes.
Yes.
Who was Ray F? Who was Ray F?
None of that matters. None of that matters. None of what you just said matters.
Who was Ray F?
Yeah, again, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all.
What was he doing? Who
Yeah,
was
again,
Ray F?
none of that matters.
Who was Ray F?
Okay, just
You
gonna repeat
don't
it.
have a fucking argument. You're going with the...
I did have an argument. I presented an argument, and what is more likely? Anyway,
It was a sham.
yeah.
Study it more because you're wrong. Study it more.
Okay, man. Yeah. Well, your ability of determining fact from fiction is stunted, and so that's your problem. Anyway, did you have anything else? That's about it. I mean, you sound like you're spurging out. I mean, you're spurging. I thought we were supposed to be the sensitive ones. I mean, my goodness.
When have they ever acted like that?
What? They do that all the time. In fact,
they do
they do. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm not crazy.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I'll point out to you how
It's
it's
a lie.
how it's
Do
not a lie.
people break windows Who does that? Who breaks windows?
The right does that. They do that all the time.
People were calling them Antifa that day. They were calling them out that day. It was actors, dude.
Yep. Hold on.
It was actors. You're whatever you put on the screen is bullshit.
Yep, I know. Facts are really hard, very difficult.
No, why did the MAGA people? Why did the MAGA people?
It's nice talking to you, though, buddy. I do want to.
You're wrong, dude.
Yep,
you're wrong. Bye.
Holy crap, dude! Way lost in the sauce. Way lost in the sauce. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Phone number is open 202-998-5218. Wow, that was really heated. That was wild. Who was Ray Epps? Wow, that was crazy. I mean, by your very metric, I should be the Fed as well. You know. Maybe I am. Maybe I am the Fed. Fucking idiot. That's insane. That's a wild thing to say. Goodness gracious. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. I do want to hear out your arguments if you wanted to have a discussion. But seriously, though, pick up that book on epistemology. It's a good book to determine on how to determine fact from fiction. I gave two very clear scenarios, and I think like if you have a bunch of anti-government protesters, it is possible to get them to incite to violence. Who breaks windows? Here, I'll give you an example. Yes, Peppers. Yes, Bubbas. Yeah. What's up, Bubba? Hold on, let me see if I can find this. I have something that I think will be helpful. Let me see if I can find it. Wherever the heck it is. Where is this Times article? Ah, found it. Okay. Here we go. All right, check this out. So this paper here is from The Economist. And you could see right here, is the radical left really on the rise in America? And he said pretty definitively, the user, he said that the right doesn't do violence like that. That's the left. That's wrong. Empirically, it is the case. Here you can observe United States criminal cases involving political violence by ideology. The source is the Prosecution Project, which is an unbiased source that just looks at political violence and analyzes it. That's basically it. It's not really. It's a nonpartisan organization, and so overwhelmingly, it is in fact the right that causes the most violence by ideology. So this idea that it was Antifa that did it, or that it was the government inciting it, no, that doesn't make any sense. That's not the reality. The reality is it is very possible for anti-government protesters to cause violence against people. So that's where I'm at with it. So good talk though. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Where in the world is this guy? All right. Did I lose the poltergeist? Where is this poltergeist? I was just fighting it. Where is it? I don't see it. Is his body lying around somewhere? All right, well, forget it. Let's grab this. Hold on. Hello. Thank you. Bicentro says, how do you get Stalker? Steam. Download it on Steam. Great game. Really fun. Let's see what we just picked up. Very nice. And endurance and weight reduction. So I'll take that. No radiation as well. Not bad. Christian A says, that's true, but will probably change in the future. When the USSR is still around, left-wing violence was the majority, and there's still violence in Latin America, but the U.S., it's right-wing. Ah, yes. Did I just die? Did I just lose that item? I think I just lost that item, guys. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. U.S. Horizon Watch says, only the wealthiest blue cities have poop maps. Poop maps exist anywhere where there's a large population. You should also be aware that there's policies by the private companies or just small businesses in general to not allow public to use their bathrooms. And so people just end up using the bathroom like publicly, which is terrible. I think that's awful. And I believe like a customer or non should have a right to the bathroom. Anyway. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, how you doing? It's your old pal, Relian.
What was your name?
Relian. Good to see you again.
Hi, Relian. What do you want to talk about? God, you sound young. You sound so young. You poor kid. Okay. Go ahead. What's up?
Okay, let's think here. Well, just to get right to it, do you want to talk about Kirk?
Sure. Let's talk about Kirk.
Okay, so Kirk, I've heard you say a few things about it. What are your general thoughts on him as a person and the actual assassination?
Yeah, I don't believe he deserved to die. I've repeated that over and over. I don't believe, like, even if you're like saying awful things, like maybe like there should be laws that prevent people from saying blatant hate speech that incites violence. But at the same time, that doesn't mean like that you should die for it. No, absolutely not. I think like I myself am involved in quite contentious conversation and I wouldn't want to die. So yeah, I don't like the idea of him dying. As for who he was as a person, I didn't think he was a good guy. I think he caused a lot of people to effectively go in favor of hate ideologies. Basically, anybody that wasn't a cis white Christian male was often subjugated against. And he radicalized an entire group of Gen Z kids who don't really know anything about politics. They just followed these right-wing grifters and he made money off of it. So he has a legacy, in my opinion, of a very poor legacy. But with that being said, once again, he didn't deserve to die.
Okay, well, I got to give you credit there. Like recently, Stephen Bonnell's Destiny went on Piers Morgan and basically said he would not denounce the killing at all until Trump did. So I got to give you credit there, First Amender, for holding that position. That's pretty reasonable. Now, you said you consider him a bad person?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, and I don't want to like put words in your mouth or whatever like that, but so you consider him a bad person, and do you think that his actions, like the things he said and the things he stood for, led to people getting harmed in the real world, or?
Yes.
Okay, so again, like, and you said you don't believe in political assassination?
That's correct.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, do you believe like in like bad people like should die? Like I'm talking things like murderers or like rapists. Do you believe in things like that, or?
I believe in. I'm a fundamental believer in retribution, or non-retribution, but rather rehabilitation.
Okay, wait. So
I'm sorry. Let me repeat that. Because I misspoke. What I was trying to say is that I believe in rehabilitation, not retribution. I don't see that retribution leads to beneficial outcomes.
Okay, so. And I don't entirely disagree either. Like, I think that there are some people who can be reformed. I have definitely, like, seen that there's, like, a power in the act of forgiveness and saying you're sorry. But don't you think that there are some people who fundamentally will, like, never, like, say sorry? Like, I know it's kind of an extreme example, but let's take Hitler, for example.
Well, I'm not worried about people who say sorry, not say sorry. I'm concerned about whether or not that they will harm further in the future.
Well, okay,
Like a person like
that's what I mean, though.
Hitler
Like,
is going to harm further into the future. I would want a guy like Hitler to be in jail and stay in jail for the rest of his life.
for the rest of his life. Okay, so what about, like, I know, again, well, it's kind of an extreme example with Adolf Hitler, but the fact was, if they kept him alive, he was such, like, an unimaginably, like, charismatic speaker, and he literally went to jail, and in his
That's
court
actually
hearing,
a myth. He was not super charismatic. That's only later on in his when he became chancellor, where he was able to. Naturally, he was not that. It required a lot of training and a lot of time for him to get to that point. In general, he was rather mousy at first. He was actually not a super great speaker. He actually needed other people to help speak his ideas for him because he was just that poor at it, at least initially.
oh no,
And
I
this
know
is
that.
even
Like,
this is
I'm
even
not-
corroborated in his own book, Mein Kampf. He said it himself.
No, I'm kind of actually a bit of a, not like saying I'm a Hitler buff, but the Nazis I'm really interested in. I know that like he was taught like initially by Dietrich Eckart, who helped him kind of, like you said, he wasn't a very good speaker at first, but then he kind of helped him coach him
Dietrich
to become a
Eckart?
much better speaker. Dietrich Eckart, he was kind of a, did you know who he is? Or
No. I thought there was a teacher that taught him. It was in Mein Kampf. What was the name of this teacher?
I know he had various people. Dietrich Eckart, if you don't know, was it's actually kind of funny. He was originally I believe he was a playwright in Germany. He was pretty big on these ideas of like Aryan supremacy. He actually wrote like him and like a consorted group of individuals who all believed in the Nazi ideas. This idea of an Aryan Übermensch. And when he met Hitler, Hitler was actually spying on him and his entire group in a bar, but Hitler actually became kind of radicalized after hearing him. Dietrich Eckart, yeah. It's kind of interesting.
Hold on, I'm looking. Hold on, I'm trying to remember his name.
He had a few different people who were like all influential. Like he had Rudolf Hess, who, if I'm not mistaken, helped him like write his Mein Kampf when he was in jail, I believe.
Hold on, I'm trying to find. That can't be it. Hold on, Was it this person? Hold on. No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's fine. What was your point? What's your point? Like, what are you getting at?
My point is this. So for like and I know it's an extreme example, but for a guy like Hitler, even if he did hypothetically go to jail, like I was mentioning, he was at the point when he went to jail originally, when he was arrested in Germany, he was so like a good speaker that when he was literally in his court hearing, he literally convinced half of the court into actually siding with him. That's how he got off so easily. He was only in jail for like a year or two, even though he was facing like way like harsher. My point is that with a guy like him being alive whatsoever, he could have radicalized other people. His ideas were just so incredibly infectious, especially in the area that he was. I think that a guy like him kind of had to die, especially for the millions that he murdered.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, my point to sum it all up is, do you really think, like with all that in mind, that there aren't some people who shouldn't be killed?
Yeah.
Or sorry, that should be killed, I mean. Like, don't you think that some people should absolutely
The only
be,
instance that I would imagine is like their very existence results in the direct mortality of like anybody that is in contact with that person. So like a person like that would be like a Ted Bundy, for example. Ted Bundy is known for he had managed to escape twice from prison. Once when he was on the third floor of a courthouse, and he had a guard that was guarding him, but he had his back turned to him, and he decided to jump out of a third-story window and then jump out of the down onto the ground, and he had a broken leg from that, and he hobbled his way out into the woods where a huge manhunt happened, where he would then managed to get a car, drove all the way to Florida, and he managed to murder 6 people along the way. There was also another instance where he was in prison and managed to get up into the ceiling area and was able to grab a hold of a guard and murder him. A person like that would probably be my only instance where the death penalty is necessary, because it's like their very existence causes the harm of people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But there are times when you can never know, number one. And number two, have you heard about, there was a case a little bit ago in Florida. Basically, a guy was in jail for life, basically. He had murdered 2 people in a botched jail rob. It was like he tried to rob a bank or whatever. And he basically escaped from prison, and went on to murder a mother of 4, I believe, and stole her car. Had he been executed, those 4 children would have a mother still. So I think there are some instances where, at a certain point, there are some people who just can't learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I know that there's people that are not rehabilitatable. I just still think that I would just do life in prison for somebody like that. I no need to kill them.
Okay, now, I guess to stay on Kirk, do you believe in things like anti-speech laws? Like he should have been like punished for the things that he said, or?
Yeah, I think so. Sure.
Really? Like, what do you think a fair punishment would be, or?
I like the Netherlands rules. I think there's like levels of hate speech, and that hate speech would result in no more than a year in jail, sometimes fines, mostly fines.
Okay, can you define hate speech?
Yeah, like anything that just like, here, I actually have it here. Let me see if I can grab it for you. Give me a moment.
All good.
So it's any person who in public, either verbally or in writing through images, intentionally makes an insulting statement about a group of persons because of their race, religion or beliefs, in hetero or homosexual orientation, or their physical, mental, or intellectual ability shall be liable to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year or a fine of the 3rd category.
Okay, well, don't you think that's kind of nuts? Like, doesn't that mean we can't, like, joke about stuff?
No, you can joke about stuff.
Really? So I could joke around and say that, like, Asians all have very small eyelids and they can't drive without getting punished?
It's a pretty terrible joke, but sure, you're fine to do that.
Well, it's okay, well, under that definition, wouldn't I be? Because it's, if I try and harm,
right? It's like one thing where it's like you're making the joke. It's another where it's like you're making the joke and not hiring somebody because they're that. Like, you see the difference?
Okay, so it would be
or like inciting
like
hatred and violence towards those groups of people, or citing for discrimination of those groups of people. It's instances like that I think that we should regulate. And the reason why is because, I mean, it goes into my question as to like why we have the First Amendment to begin with. Why do we uphold it? The reason why we uphold rights, in my opinion, is because we believe that it makes a better society to do so. The problem is that I've observed what the First Amendment has done in the United States in comparison to, say, most European countries. European countries have some pretty stringent hate speech laws. And I ask myself, well, which is more extreme? Which is more volatile? Which causes a worse society? And I could see over and over that the fault is, or the problem exists at the United States. The level of rancor and the level of vitriolic responses coming from, people both on the right and the left. It's mostly the right, but there's some on the left. Is so much that I'm like, what's the point of this? Like, it's ultimately making society worse. We need to have certain regulations curtailing certain speech. I believe that. And I think it would result in a better society to do so. I think it's sensible and pragmatic.
Well, not to say that I believe in the whole slippery slope fallacy or anything like that, but in this case, it's kind of true. In the United Kingdom, for example, like 12, if I'm not mistaken, 1,200 people a year on average are jailed or publicly fined for things that they post online, jokes.
Yes.
Like there was a guy who was playing with his dog and his pet pug, basically like did a Nazi Heil. It was just cute and funny, and he basically went to jail. Don't you think that's insane?
Not necessarily, no.
Really? Even though it wasn't even like a human, he was just taking a video.
If you just look at the results, right? The end result isn't that society suddenly turns into 1984. Look how horrible it is in Europe. Have you been to any European country? It's really nice there. You should really check it out. It's a lot less rancorous than in the United States. Like, again, like you think it is this awful thing, but the reality is people are able to live their life to a better degree because there's less hateful people. There's less of that. I mean, it's just not even an option. And I look at the result, it's better. It just is. Like, I mean, and we could fight all day long and say that that's not the case, but it is. I mean, it's observational. Most people across European countries aren't as extreme as people are in the United States. The Overton window in terms of the politics is even more sensible. I mean, it just, I don't see it turning into 1984. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, so part of the problem is, so for example, do you support the, I forget his name, but I'm sure you probably heard about this. There was a rather popular comedian in England who is now currently rotting in jail for speaking out.
Listen, first of all, for starters, it's not like in the United States where you get 20 years in jail. Like, we're talking about no more than a year in jail, and sometimes just most of the times, like 99 out of the 100 times, it's fines. Right. So it's this idea that it's like, oh, they're going to rot in jail. No, dude, it's like when you incite a hostile environment so much so that it basically causes the threat of social cohesion. That's my issue. Right. That's my concern. Right. People can't exist in society if people are worried about their own mortality. Right. Or like if they're safe walking down the street, for example. Like, I mean, the trans people thing is a great example because a trans person does not operate under the assumption that they are safe when they exit their house, which is horrendous. It should never have been that way.
Well, do you feel like you can speak for all trans people to say that all of them live in constant fear?
What?
Well, can you like confidently speak for all trans people who live in America and say they all live in constant fear of walking out the house?
No, but they do. Anyway, give me one quick second. I'm going to start the show and we're going to continue our conversation. Give me 1 second, okay?
Excellent.
Let me see here. Hold on. Can you hear me, Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
He cannot hear me. Okay, hold on. Let me close Discord. It's a glitch on Discord's end. All right, hold on. Connect. Let's see here. Where's the show? Stage. Speak on stage. Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me?
Hello. Oh my
Hi,
God,
Daniel.
I can hear you.
All right.
Holy moly.
All right, here we
From
go.
the start.
I'm currently talking with a user by the name of Relian, and we're talking about the wanting to have hate speech laws in the United States. Anyway, sorry. So what were you saying, Relian?
Yeah, go on.
What was I saying? Okay, so I was just saying that how can you say for certain that, do you have some kind of I'm going to guess, you have a study that says the majority of trans people are really anxious and afraid to go outside, or?
No, I don't have a study. There's lived experiences that show that to be the case.
Well, I have lived. Okay. So, for example, I think I've mentioned this before. I live in Washington, Spokane, Washington, to be precise. Very liberal area, very blue. Not like the school I went to. It wasn't like every student there was LGBTQ, but there was a rather large sect of the people there who were all LGBTQ, and I knew many trans people who I got along fine with, and they didn't seem afraid or anything like that. I have anecdotal evidence to say that they weren't, so I'm just not really sure what you're going off.
All right, well, let me give you an example. Okay, I'm in the state of Florida. Let's say I came out as trans. Here are the things that I think about when it goes, okay, what would it be like if I became trans? What would my family think? What would my friends think? What would my job think? What would I be able to use a public restroom free of harassment? These are all things that I considered were as a factor of potentially being trans. Do I really do you honestly believe that the answers to those questions are you're going to receive no pushback? Do you really believe that?
I don't believe they're not going to receive any pushback, but it's just saying if they're confident in who they are as a person, they shouldn't really care about any of that. I feel like
a person has a right to their existence, right? They have a right to exist, and I believe that their job shouldn't be questioned. Being ostracized from your family shouldn't be a thing. Losing friends as a result of you coming out shouldn't be a thing. You being able to use a public restroom shouldn't be a thing. Being able to walk around in public free of harassment, you shouldn't be harassed. It shouldn't be a thing that you get harassed out in public. These are all things that absolutely does happen to every single trans person, at least in the state of Florida. I don't know what it is in Spokane, Washington, but in the state of Florida, that's 100% the case, right? In fact, adults can't even receive the medication that they need. Because it has been banned. You actually have to go to special counsels in order to prove that you even need it, as if the doctor wasn't enough. Do you see the problem here?
Well, I mean, so it comes down to this. If they say they want to be this, society isn't just going to
that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, no.
You don't see the problem. There's no problem there.
No. Well, all of that is not only incredibly circumstantial, it comes down to various factors.
The circumstance is the open hostility towards trans individuals.
Oh, okay, so all of that comes down to you believing that every person in Florida just hates and is bigoted about trans people. People don't. I mean, well, I'm sure there are some people who hate and dislike trans people.
There's a ton. But there's more than you think. Much more than you think. Okay.
How much of America do you think is transphobic? How much? 1%, 10%?
If I had to guess, probably about 40%. Yeah. I think about 40%.
Okay. So, and by that you mean they, in their minds, they, see a trans person, and they, hate that trans person. That's what you think?
Yes.
Really? You don't think that maybe they just disagree with their lifestyle? Maybe they just disagree with how they interact with the culture? You don't think it's anything like that? You just think that they're bigots?
It's kind of like if you said, well, you think that people hate black people, and you don't believe that it's about their culture and their lifestyle. I mean, that's just another way of saying that you're phobic towards black people, right? And so it's kind of the thing regarding trans people. If everything about them is so distasteful to they're like, oh, I hate their lifestyle, I hate who they are as a person, it's just a transphobe.
Well, but that's saying that
you're denying their very identity, their existence as a person.
Yeah, but here's the thing: people choose to be trans. You don't choose to be black.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the problem. I don't believe that to be the case.
You think people choose to be black?
No. People don't choose to be black, and I don't believe people choose to be trans either. I think you either are or you aren't. And I believe that whether or not you come out, that's a choice. But internally, there are feelings of being trans which are dictated by hormones. You don't choose that.
Well, no, you can have gender dysphoria and not be trans.
I didn't say anything regarding gender dysphoria. I never implied gender dysphoria. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
Well, no, and that's the problem, though. They don't have. They're just self-IDing.
Well, no, you just don't understand that there are trans people that can have things like gender euphoria, not gender dysphoria. This is a clinical understanding. Not all trans people, you can look up psychiatry.org that will tell you that not all trans people have gender dysphoria. It's not self-ID. It's just a matter of, there can, for example, be a difference in your hormones endocrinologically speaking, but you having none of the negative symptoms associated with that. That happens.
Okay, First Amendment, if a trans person they don't feel in any way, shape, or form bad about their sex, right? Then why do they go out of their way to look different if they're totally fine if they don't have gender dysphoria?
Gender
That's my
euphoria.
question. Well, what's the difference? Is there like a quick
definition?
definition?
Euphoria is the opposite of gender dysphoria, where a person has negative feelings associated with not being the gender associated with their sex. Gender euphoria is you have positive feelings when being affirmed of the opposite gender from your sex.
All right, okay. So, well, here's the thing, though. Why is it that are gender and sex a different thing?
Yes.
Okay, then why do you need to change your sex to meet your gender if they're two different things?
You're not changing your sex, you're changing your gender. The gender doesn't match the sex. You understand?
Then why do people cut their breasts off to make them look like a man's? Why do people have bottom surgery?
So they can establish their secondary phenotypic characteristics towards their gender.
Yeah, but those phenotypical traits are depicted by sex.
Let me ask you this. What is a secondary phenotypic characteristic? Give me one example.
If you're a man, for example, you might have a beard, flat chest, that sort of thing.
We're talking about the same thing. So, yes, and typically that is the case that that it is typical of that of your sex, but that's not always the case. Hormones do some pretty weird things sometimes. And when you have an internal feeling where you feel like that you are not the correct sex, that's your gender. Gender being opposite of that of your sex, that would be transgender. That's literally what that means.
Yeah, but then we still come to the fact that if their gender is if sex and gender are two different things, then why are you actively trying to change your sex characteristic?
You're not trying to change. Again, it's a secondary sex characteristic. But those are phenotypic categories which can be changed on the dictation of different hormones, as well as you can have surgeries as well. So I don't see what the problem is. You want your outward body to match how you feel internally.
Okay, so First Amendment, by that logic, then we should basically socialize medicine for people who want to look like Beyonce, and then we should mandate that they should have the right to have surgeries to look exactly like Beyonce, or if they're going to kill themselves. Is that right, First Amendment?
I just believe in healthcare for people who need it.
Well,
to look like Beyonce, that's going to require a great deal of cosmetic surgery. I'm not arguing in favor of like making cosmetic surgery paid by the state. That would be silly.
But you are, though. If you're promoting things like...
you're talking about cosmetic surgeries, not necessary treatments that people actually need.
Are you talking about these necessary surgeries? Do those include things like top surgery and other surgeries like that? In
cases of gender dysphoria, yes. That is a legitimate medical necessity. That's not cosmetic.
Okay, so First Amendment...
It's under the basis of gender dysphoria. Those things help clear up gender dysphoria.
Okay, so First Amendment, you know what else would clear up their gender dysphoria or whatever like that? Going to therapy, being told there's nothing wrong with them. If someone is like going insane and they think, okay, I want to chop my arm off. This is an actual condition, by the way, where people think that, okay, I shouldn't
you're
have
talking
this
about BIID. Those are different diagnoses, different medical conditions, different treatments. There's no reason to compare. Those are not the same thing. So gender dysphoria and BIID is not the same. So don't compare those two.
Well,
it's like comparing it to schizophrenia. Those are different conditions that have different treatments.
The difference is that with body dysmorphia, we don't cut the guy's arm off. With gender dysphoria,
I'm saying, if you have a car and you have a tire problem, you don't say, well, the spark plug, no, we're talking about the tire, right? Regarding this, we're talking about gender dysphoria. Trans individuals has nothing to do with BIID, nor does it have anything to do with schizophrenia.
Well, I didn't say anything about schizophrenia, but I'm pointing out the similarities in the fact that
we're talking about BIID, where people feel like that they have no, that's not body dysmorphia. It's not the same thing. Yeah, those are different things.
Okay. Alrighty then. But they're similar in the sense that someone feels or sees something about their body, they don't like that body, and they want that characteristic about their body, and they want to remove that body part, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so then why don't we cut the guy's arm off if he wants to get his arm cut off? Are you for that, First Amender?
Yeah, again, it's a different diagnosis. I go in favor of what is evidentiary, and what is evidentiary is not to cut their arm off. That's not under the evidentiary standard. However, it is regarding gender dysphoria. But honestly, the biggest thing to help alleviate gender dysphoria is not the way that you're treating it, but rather to apply gender affirming care where necessary, right? As well as non-ostracism of the person. That's very important.
Okay, so First Amender, let me ask you this. So do you believe that it's we don't have these surgeries or gender affirming care or whatever like that America is going to see a massive wave of suicide of specifically trans people here in America if we don't have these surgeries for them?
We're already there, dude.
Okay,
I don't have to see if that happened. That did happen. That's still happening to this day.
Okay, well, still same point though. You believe that without these surgeries, they're all going to kill themselves, right?
Well, it's a bit of a stretch to say that they all need surgery. They don't. I'm simply saying gender affirming care. That doesn't necessarily mean surgeries. It's only under extreme case scenarios, right, where it is necessary.
Okay, so you're talking about things like cross-sex hormones, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But so that's also under cases of gender dysphoria.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm just wondering, why is it that when we look over to our European counterparts that you seem to love so much because they have such great societies, several states, several countries like the UK and Norway and Switzerland have all banned these surgeries and these gender affirming care treatments for many of their people, including minors and adults. And whoa, mind blown, they have not seen a massive wave of suicide. How do you explain that?
That's under the basis of evidentiary care standard, and the second problem is that you operate as if the European countries have largely banned gender affirming care. That's not true. In fact, they're very much affirming of gender affirming care. They just have a more strict approach when it comes to children because they lack certain long-term studies. And the only one that was even critical about it was Sweden and the UK, whereas all of the others are perfectly okay with WPATH standards of gender affirming care.
Well, yes, because they know that this makes them millions of dollars, and they've sold their citizens out to freaking pharmaceutical countries.
I've already told you this, and I don't know why you're repeating it, as if you have not heard what I had said in the last time we've spoken together. The amount of money that is generated by pharmaceutical companies to taking care of trans people it doesn't even show up on the balance sheet. It's that small. In fact, if anything, it would actually benefit for them to not get gender affirming care at a young age, because that would require more long-term and invasive surgeries, which would help their pocketbook. The reality is that gender affirming care does not assist pharmaceutical industries in making more money. That's not the reality. Understand?
Well, the reason why they're going specific. Yeah, no, I get what you just said. The reason why that's not really the case is because the reason they're going after young children is because here's the thing for Samender. We've noticed that when kids who are experiencing gender dysphoria go through their actual puberty, they actually grow out of that. The reason they're going after them so young
that's
is so they can get them locked in
affirming care.
forever.
What you are literally saying is a part of gender affirming care. You go to a psychologist. Majority of these children do not have gender dysphoria. A simple social transition and a talk with a psychologist is enough. And that's nine out of 10 children. It's not necessary typically, but even that is considered to be banned according to certain states in the United States. It's completely insane.
No, they're completely right. So let me ask you for Samender, why is it that now, so you're familiar
are you
with
saying
the
that
case...
they should not see a psychologist? The
Well,
children
no, I'm
shouldn't
saying
see a
that oftentimes-
psychologist for that?
I'm saying that oftentimes it's like these psychologists trick them into thinking that they're trans, but they're really not.
That's not how that works. No, that's not what they
Okay,
do.
so quick question. So are you familiar with the case out of Kentucky that has basically gone up to the Supreme Court on this matter?
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of Supreme Court cases and awful legislation that is being done specifically to curb against trans individuals, but this is not really a good argument because, number one, I do not believe that courts are experts in regarding medical care. A majority of medical fields and American institutions agree with gender affirming care. However, I am aware that that courts in general have pushed a more right-wing approach thanks to the Federalist Society and with the usage of weaponizing the Supreme Court. So I would not use that as your metric. That's a terrible metric to operate on.
Well, no, that's not my metric. I'm not pointing out the Supreme Court itself. I'm pointing out the opposition. So the opposition that they have used in the specific case out of Kentucky is the ACLU. Now, the main lawyer that they have working on this is a trans man by the name of Chris Strangio. Have you heard of him?
So you're saying that because a trans man is advocating for trans people, therefore they have a biased interest and so are probably wrong. And also, we're also going to ignore that a majority of American establishments are perfectly okay with gender affirming care, including for children.
No, my point by saying this is I'm pointing out to you that Chris Strangio, who is the top lawyer in their entire organization for this topic that they have put on the front lines for this case, has literally admitted that there is no valid case study that would support gender-affirming care, especially in minors. He's admitted this.
That's not true. That's not true.
So
I have no idea where you're getting that. That's not true.
Are you saying that Chris Strangio is an absolute dumbass, or maybe he's just being honest I've
pulled up these studies myself. Like, I'm not crazy. I didn't make those up. Like, again, like a majority of institutions support gender affirming care for children. They do. That is the case.
I did not say that there were no studies. I said that he is acknowledging there is no valid study. There is no long-term study that has looked into the effects of a child who, like, let's say from the age of 8, went on to a social transition.
Well,
and
you got another 5 or 10 years, and you're gonna see the big giant long-term study, because these types of hormones have been applied on children. But the question is whether or not specifically regarding gender affirming care. And ultimately, that is the last vestige of defense that you have, and it's only a matter of time before you're wrong on that too.
Look, First Amendment, I'm willing to have my mind changed, but what I'm not willing and will never be for is children being allowed to mutilate their own body. Literally,
I
as an
didn't say
adult,
anything regarding body mutilation. You're also using an argument under the basis of an emotional argument, not a logical one, right? Again, I go in favor of the evidentiary standard, and your statement was to just charge your language with hyperbole
No,
into something that it doesn't
First
even that I
Amendment.
don't even argue.
You can't say that because you told me that if we don't allow these people to go through gender affirming care, they're going to kill themselves. How
Are you
more
even aware of
emotionally
what
charged
gender
can
affirming
you-
care is?
Yes,
What do you
it's cross-sex
believe?
hormones.
What do you believe that
I
I
literally
believe
know-
gender affirming care is? What is? Explain to me the process of gender affirming care, please, if you could.
Okay, well, I'm very familiar with this process.
Yes, on the basis of on the basis of WPATH, if you will. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So, and again, this is not what I believe. This was you believe. I'm not for this, just so we're crystal clear. But the process would start like this. Basically, a child who would start to exhibit some form of gender dysphoria or gender euphoria, which I've just heard of just now, would start to exhibit signs of gender dysphoria, feeling uncomfortable in their biological sex. They'd go to their parents, and then their parents would eventually bring them to a psychologist. After these psychologists have confirmed that they have gender dysphoria or euphoria, they would then do a social transition. After a certain point, if these gender gender
You're already
issues,
wrong.
is that okay with you?
You barely even started.
How
You're
am I
already-
wrong?
Yeah.
How am I wrong,
Okay.
Professor?
So yeah. So you said that you undergo a social transition. That's not necessarily the case. If you have gender dysphoria, you wouldn't just go through a social transition. You would even apply hormone blockers because in order for them to make a valid decision and a fully consented one after roughly 2 years of going through hormone blockers. But that's only under the basis that they have legitimate gender dysphoria. If you do not have gender dysphoria, then a simple social transition is enough. So
that's what I said, though.
No, that's not what you said.
What was that
You
rule?
said social transition for both. That's not the case.
Well, I've just heard of gender euphoria, so I'm not sure what. I don't have a great
I didn't say
difference.
anything
But the
regarding
point
gender euphoria there. I just added on like, hey, this, by the way.
Wait, okay, so what did I say, though, that was wrong, though? They do the social transition, and then eventually, as they get older,
there's a
they would
difference
go
of the
onto
social transition that is occurring, right? One of them receives hormone blockers. The other one does not receive hormone blockers. It depends if you have gender dysphoria.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but in any situation, would you instantly go on puberty blockers?
No.
No,
I'm
I was
literally
getting up
telling
to
you
that.
no, that's not the case.
No, you interrupted me. After a certain point, you would go on hormone blockers, then you would start cross-sex hormones as you entered, I'd say, like adolescence or adulthood, maybe like 16.
When? Is there any criteria there, or it's just you just choose whenever?
Well, it would. You literally admitted to me this is a case by case. There's no exact flow chart of at this age you do
there
this.
is, though.
You acknowledge that.
There is.
Really? So there's an exact flow chart that says, at 16 we're going to start them at 5 kilograms of testosterone a week.
Yeah, so it's called the DSM-5-TR. Yes. There's specific diagnostic criteria in order to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. It's not a subjective position.
I believe you that there are a lot of kooks have somehow tricked themselves into thinking that the way to help these kids is going to be by giving them full of drugs.
We're talking about PhD psychologists that are specially trained in dealing with gender dysphoria. This is not a kook.
Yeah, well, there was an old kook by the name of John Money, and he thought the best way to learn about this was,
all right.
I'm right.
We're done.
You know I'm right.
We're done.
That's why you're muting me.
Well,
Yeah.
It's not a proclaiming any victory here. The John Money hypothesis. Well, number one, hormones were already understood prior to there being John Money. So this idea that it was invented by John Money, that's actually a false Matt Walsh take. It was pushed by Matt Walsh as a reality, when in reality that is not what happened. There are people that had studied hormones in humans much prior to that. And even prior to that, there were hormone studies in animals. So no, it has nothing to do with John Money. But I do find it interesting that you make the same exact talking point as Matt Walsh, who says the false thing, and then you repeat the false thing. I just want to be clear, right? You're not going to repeat the John Money thing, right? Because we know that John Money is not the inventor or the discoverer of how hormones affect humans differently, right? You're not going to do that anymore, right?
Robert J. Oppenheimer was the inventor of the atomic bomb, but he didn't.
All right. That was a yes or no question. I muted you again. That was a yes or... So I'm asking, you're not going to repeat that, right? Because that's not the reality. You can Google it yourself. It's John Money, the inventor of gender hormone, whatever, therapy. That's not how that works. Hormones and how humans react to hormones had been understood prior to John Money. So I just want to be clear, right? That you are not going to repeat that. Now, what I would need you to do is say a yes or no, and then explain why you will or will not repeat that. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. John Money.
All right. We're going to, one more time. You're muted again. I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I said you're not going to repeat the thing that is blatantly false. Okay? Because I told you the information that hormone research regarding humans precedes John Money. There are numerous scientists that show that. You can Google this. I'm not making it up. I'm asking you, are you going to repeat that statement? Yes, from here on out, yes or no, and then explain why.
No, I will not continue to say that because I didn't say that John Money invented puberty blockers or hormones. I did not say that.
Neither did I.
Yeah, okay, that was not my point
The inventor
at all.
of the inventor of cross-sex hormone is not, I have no idea why you repeat and say things that are coming from Matt Walsh, dude. That lie comes from Matt Walsh.
What the? Okay, I'm not saying that he invented it though. Why are you bringing up Matt?
I'm just telling you, right? That bringing up John Money is irrelevant. It's not a relevant topic.
I believe you. It is a relevant topic.
No, it's not because you're bringing up a random person, and the guy did some horrible experiments that are ethically dubious. And I think anybody that is an endocrinologist would tell you that, yes, that's a dubious individual, right? But the only people that mention John Money or say anything regarding John Money are people that listen to Matt Walsh, because that's where that came from, right? Nobody was sitting there mentioning Matt Walsh. It was Matt Walsh that did that, said it, and then every single right-winger on planet Earth started repeating John Money as if that they had done the research themselves. They don't know regarding the research. They don't. That's why they're mentioning John Money. They're just repeating a falsehood that Matt Walsh said. So what I need from you is that you're not going to mention that, right? And we're going to stay on topic. Understand?
You don't want me to mention John Money
That's correct,
at all.
because because it's irrelevant. It's not relevant to the topic.
Even though he's an endocrinologist?
God, dude.
No, it's an actual question. Do you just not want me to talk about it because you don't like him, or do you just think he doesn't matter at all?
It's a person that has been largely discredited and had some very dubious research. And there's newer papers other than John Money. It's just exhausting to have to address the very same topic that all of the right-wingers that like to watch Matt Walsh, meanwhile, never read a single topic on endocrinology or any of the subject, right? That's concerning to me, right? Because I'm sitting here and I'm just spending the time to do the research, to gather my information, to make sure I got my facts straight. And all right-wingers have to do is repeat the same dumb talking points, right? They don't actually have to correct themselves. They never change their thought process on it. They do no reading on endocrinology. Hell, they don't even know what endocrinology is until they talk to me and they Google it. Do you find that concerning?
So, look, First Amendment, I get it. You're the absolute pillar of all knowledge.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm not an expert endocrinologist. I'm saying that they haven't read anything on the topic. I have.
Look, I believe you, First Amendment. You've read a lot of books. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just pointing out the
That's
fact
not the
that
point.
John Money, who, like it or not, helped establish the psychology that
No,
gender
wrong,
roles could be valuable.
wrong.
You can look up, dude. Look
Good
up
God.
any
All
that.
right.
Look,
all
I'm
right.
looking.
Well, listen.
Dude.
What time is it? Let's see here. 31, 119. So 31. Yeah, we're way past. We're way past, Rillian.
Okay, wait.
We're gonna
First
move
Amendment,
on.
Before I
It was good talking to you, Rillian. We're gonna move on, okay?
First
Because
Amendment, just
you've
give
been
me
well over
1
30
minute.
minutes. Go ahead.
No,
I'll let you have your
please.
last word, but then I'm moving on, okay?
1 minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. So all I'm doing is I'm pointing something out to you. One day, like it or not, I know you're in the debate sphere. You're going to get into a debate with someone, and you cannot say that their ideas are stupid. You're going to have to actually contend with them and not just kick them out. I'm doing this because I'm actually interested in seeing what you have to say about this other than just saying my ideas are stupid and wrong, okay? That's all I wanted to say. Maybe for the future, instead of just saying that my ideas are crazy, maybe contend with that, what I actually had to say instead of just giving me a lecture about how I was wrong. Thank you for the time. Have an excellent rest of your day.
Sadly, I did do exactly that. But regardless, if you're still listening, to pick up the book Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. It's not a big book. I think I got through it in less than a week. Take the time to read this book. It'll tell you everything you need to know. You'll be just as knowledgeable
but
as
it's
I
easier
am.
to have. It's easier to have like simple talking points and just say
It's wild.
John Money, John Money. Come on. I
Every
mean,
time, bro.
can I give you like a tidbit of information, Amanda?
What's up?
Would you be interested?
Yeah, what you got?
Okay, so in 1919, in Germany, a guy by the name of Magnus Hirschfeld, sorry, he founded an institute for sexuality, right? And he was literally studying trans people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he
so
was
remember
killed.
this date, 1919.
Yeah, he was killed.
Okay. Yeah, obviously he was killed by the Nazis, but that's a different story altogether. He did that in 1919, right? Because they already had an idea about what a trans person is, right? So like the idea of sex and gender being different was already there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when John Money was born?
Yeah, I think was it when?
In 1921.
I see.
2 years after this thing was already established,
yeah.
right? He was a newborn in 1921.
Yeah, and
but
it's wild to me.
apparently
Like
they still talk about it.
It's just wild because it's like it's the same talking points every single time, and I'm just like, bro, dude, like, why do they just say the same thing as if they know what they're talking about? I'm like, they're literal parrots. They don't know anything. I'm just sitting there saying hello, and then they respond hello, and I'm like, that's unironically what they are. It's freaking wild. Anyway, we are taking calls 202-998-5218. I mean, if you disagree with what I have to say, or if you want to bring up, whatever topic you like, here I am. Let's have the discussion. Let me take a look here. GJM says Melissa Hines is a retard. Okay, cool. Well, they're a PhD in neurology as well as psychology, and they're a leading figure on this topic. So, probably not that. Currently got 28 people listening on YouTube. How cool is that? We don't even have to have a big audience on the Discord because we got all sorts of people who are listening. But call in. I mean, you disagree with what I have to say, I'm right here. I'll listen to you. I'll hear out your argument. But yeah, let's go over it. Other than that, I'm playing a bit of Stalker 2. And must I say, Daniel,
Dude, I hate you.
Why?
It works very well. I'm looking at you,
dude.
and it's just so smooth.
Dude, it is. I know it's 60. The
I
60
fucking hate you.
FPS, just beautiful. It's perfect in every way, and I'm like, yes, oh yes, it's so good.
Yeah, I bet
also,
you can
I
play
don't have
Minecraft
enough-
really well on this PC.
Yeah, I can. I can play Minecraft really well. Yeah, it's very true. Very true. Though
Well,
I'll
there's
be
some
honest,
mods you can add.
I remember. I remember doing this mission way back, and I was not on the hardest difficulty, and it was hard. I was stuck here for a while, so we're about to find out just how bad. Well, there you go.
I mean, you should be doing better because you have better FPS.
Better FPS?
right? And usually,
Maybe.
like, yeah,
Maybe.
it works. It works.
Yeah, maybe.
Trust me, it's like in shooters, like having a good FPS is really important.
You know, it'd be infuriating, right? If I just play, like a Super Nintendo emulator or something.
Yeah, well,
with my
how did you die?
5090. Well, I died by breathing. You die by breathing in this game. It
Okay.
appears.
Stop breathing.
Yeah, very easy to die by breathing. Death via breath. There's all sorts of enemies
actually
around
rhymes.
here, and they're up there. And because they kind of surround you in this spot, it's not a good area to be like kind of like exploring. Oh Jesus! Well,
Now I see.
that's a misclick. Yep, dead, blood.
I know you're dead. Okay.
Yep, shot to death. Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
what can you do?
Anyway, we are taking calls 202-998-5218. You disagree with what I have to say? Call in. Let's do it. We'll have the discussion. Now that guy that was talking to us, Daniel, like, to me, he sounded very young. Did he sound very young to you?
He did.
Isn't it
I
sad?
think because Matt Walsh is kind of appealing. Yeah, but there's just like this right-wing manosphere, so to speak. although it's
Manosphere,
I'm
more like
looking at Matt
boyosphere,
Walsh.
bro.
Well, yeah, no, but you know what I
He
mean,
sounded
right?
like he
'Cause
was
they
barely
come
going
from the
through
Andrew
puberty
Tate pipeline.
himself.
yeah, maybe he needs some hormones. I mean, I don't know. Maybe for like mental development or something similar.
They'll
But yeah, I
probably
mean, it's all the manosphere that's the problem. You know, it's like if you're looking at the pipeline that like Andrew Tate is kind of taking people towards, and then from Andrew Tate you go to like Ben Shapiro, like Matt Walsh.
Ben Shapipi.
You know, Ben Shapipi.
Yeah.
Right? You used to go to like Charlie Kirk, right? It's like all these things, and it's like what you're learning there is just talking points, right? There's no, like, everything is black and white. It's something that's very simple, and they have to make it to be something that's very simple, because otherwise, if they actually go into in the weeds and actually try to learn, actually try to study, like, those things are really fucking hard, and they don't want to do that because it's easy
Now-
to have like this just black and white vision of how the world works.
Now, if you had to guess, like, which one do you think is like the worst one? Who's the worst one in your mind?
It depends on the topic. I think like on trans people, it's probably Matt Walsh.
Yeah,
Like by
Matt
far,
Walsh
because
is
he
really bad.
focuses
That
on
guy-
that.
that
Yeah.
that guy is like a full blown Christo fascist. Very dangerous.
I mean, remember the guy? Do you remember when he went on Joe Rogan, and he made the claim that there's like 1 million kids annually that go through hormone blockers, and he was like fact
that's
checked in real time by
total
by Joe
nonsense.
Rogan,
know,
where it
it's
was
like-
like 1,000 kids a year. Like,
Yeah.
so from like 1 million to 1,000.
Yeah,
right? So
it's
he
like-
was
it's like
wrong
several
by a factor
orders of magnitude.
of 1,000.
Yeah,
Right?
or 10,
Like, that's the fact.
1,000 orders of magnitude off. Like, oh my
Yeah.
God, dude. Like, what is wrong
And
with
he's
these
supposed
people?
to be their expert, right? He's the guy that made the movie What is a
What
Woman?
is a Woman?
Right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be
He's
an
the
expert.
guy, like the guy that's going to teach
Exactly.
everybody, how to do it. It's like, dude, these people are nuts, dude. So we are taking calls 202-998-5218. Also, I did just recently start a new Discord, and you'll see it right here, discord.gg/First Amenders. So if you like Discord, that's where I hang out now. So if you are interested, let's have the discussion. But we are taking calls. Calls are live. We have Realistic Music, who is flicking me off. Well, I'm trying. If you didn't flick off Charlie Kirk, you shouldn't be flicking me off, because I'm doing the same thing he's doing. Except with less hate. Now with less hate.
Yeah. It's like you're like the new Charlie Kirk without the shitty dumb
Without
ideas
the
and
terrible
hate.
argument.
It's like what if Charlie Kirk had good arguments? about stuff.
What if Charlie Kirk had empathy? Didn't he say that like empathy was not like it was like a weakness to have empathy?
Yeah, he did. That was he said that it was like a new age term that people invented.
Yeah.
You know, like every other word that we invented, because you don't find words in the fucking nature.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Dude,
like, oh my God,
I'm gonna die so much here, man. I'm gonna die a lot. I don't have enough ammo. I don't have enough health. This is terrible. This is a terrible situation.
So you can't get any more ammo?
I mean, not well. I mean, I have enough to get by, but this ain't good. This is not a good spot.
I mean, you kind of have to rely on good aiming, right? And like,
it's not just
reflexes.
like good aiming, because like you're just gonna like poke your head out and you're just gonna get shot at like right away. And yeah, like here, like I don't know where he shot. I didn't see. Did you? Like right up there. Okay.
Nope. Okay.
All right. Well, this is not good. See, like just that was awful. That was terrible. We got 32 people who are listening in, but nobody calling in. I do want to have the discussion. 202-998-5218. Consider calling in. Let's have the discussion. I am interested to hear what you might have to say. Come on, dude. Maybe there's a way out here. Let's see here. All right. Well, this is really bad.
That's good.
But
I mean, it could have been worse.
Like we're outside right now, so I mean, I guess I could bail if I wanted, but I guess what I was hoping for is maybe some loot or something. Like,
is this like an important zone for like loot and stuff?
No, it's part of the main mission, and there's just a lot of enemies, and I don't have a lot of ammo, and I mean, this is just going to get harder. Colchi says, you guys couldn't argue with Charlie Kirk, so one of you murdered him in front of his wife and children. Yeah, I'm not the killer, nor do I argue killing Charlie Kirk. And also, I don't believe that Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Like,
yeah, none of us do.
What are you what are you saying?
Also,
people
when
have
saying
this
that we couldn't
idea
argue
of
with
what
Charlie
the
Kirk,
left
you're
is,
just wrong.
and it's a total caricature in their head. They're like, I swear to you, they're like in a Dr. Seuss world where they just imagine me as like literally the devil, and I'm just like saying the most benign thing ever. It's wild. Why do people do that?
I mean, also, it's like, do you remember? It's like, who was it? I think it was the governor of Utah that was saying that he prayed for like 36 hours. That when they catch I think it was a governor or somebody. I don't remember exactly who, because I was just listening in. I wasn't watching, and like he was praying for the killer to not be one of us. And unfortunately, it was one of us. What do you think he meant by one of us?
I don't know. I just...
Because I think he meant white. And, like Christian,
one of
right?
us.
It's like, and apparently it was one of them, whatever he meant by them. It was a white dude. They would have wanted him to be like a trans black immigrant.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Because that's all they care
and
about.
A furry.
All they care is like...
And a furry.
Or a furry. Or it's like anything,
furry,
right? Anything that's not...
If they're a furry, get into the chamber. Into the
that's
gulags.
What they do, like identity politics, and that's it, right? And this is the thing, right? This is what the Republican Party has.
I can't see them,
just
dude.
become.
I can't see them. I'm looking for them. I can't see them. I'm just running there.
I'm trying to see if I can see something, and there's nothing. What?
It's hard. I'm telling you, dude. This game is tough. It's like.
Don't you have like infrared vision or something in the game?
No, nerd.
No? Oh my god. Fucking Russians. They didn't have the money to get infrared.
I didn't. Hold on.
Like at Chernobyl. It's
Colchi says, I didn't call you woke. You did. Yes, that's correct. I called myself woke. I don't believe that I'm a bad person for being woke. I think there's nothing wrong with being woke. being woke is great. Why don't you call in, Culchy? Come on, we'll have the discussion. I don't bite.
But by the way, it's like why are we being portrayed as like bad people for repeating Charlie Kirk's words? Shouldn't that be us, like taking his legacy forward? Or are you guys ashamed of his words?
How dare you not love everything he had to say?
No, but if I'm just repeating his words, am I doing a bad thing by repeating his own words? Do you think Charlie Kirk would be ashamed of his own words?
No.
Isn't that his legacy?
But they're embarrassed that they have to defend that.
Yeah, because they understand it's bad. That's the problem, right? Like they understand that those words.
I swear, all these rightoids, I'm telling you, they're talking trash in chat, but they're not calling in the show, and they're not showing up on the audience, right, in the Discord. Come on, what are you doing?
Shouldn't they take
are y'all? Are you?
Charlie Kirk?
I just want to be clear. Like, are you guys Russian bots?
Yeah, well.
Are you just like a Russian bot? Prove me wrong. Show me that there's like a person behind there.
Okay, so one of the guys in YouTube said that I need to shut the fuck up because I have no depth. That might be the case, but I have a lot of girth.
There you go. All right. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing?
Oh, my name is John Doe. I don't know what to tell you that I'm the zone that goes to the far left or the far right.
Is this Kenny?
Oh no, my name is John
I'm so glad that they didn't kill you, Kenny. What is going on with your microphone, man? Do you mind taking off the giant coat on that you usually wear in South Park and try to talk to me normally?
That's not a culture. That is not a cult. If you want to mock me, we're going to have a big
I unironically cannot understand you. Seriously. Whatever's going on, you got to fix that.
We're just going to have a normal conversation, sir?
That's a normal... is that how you normally talk? I seriously cannot understand you.
Like I said, this is my voice, and I want to about the woke up.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to fix whatever's going on with your mic. We'll try again. Try calling in when you have your whatever is going on with your mic figured out. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna call him Kenny.
Kenny. Yes. Did I tell you that I never watched the full South Park episode?
What? Oh my God, yeah, South Park's
not
amazing.
Even one.
Oh my God, you got to watch it. You got to start at season 1. It's amazing.
I probably won't.
It is no, you will. It's laugh out loud funny. You're getting a call. Here we go. All right, we're gonna try again. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's good, man? It's Colchi.
Well, I'm sorry. Who is it?
Colchi.
Okay, Selchi.
Colchi, you were just chatting shit to me about 3 minutes ago in the chat.
Colchi. All right, Colchi. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, there's a lot of different things we could talk about that I disagree with you on. You're going to call yourself
Let's stick to one topic because I usually give people about 30 minutes and then it's a cutoff. But
okay. It's your show, my friend. Go ahead. Take anything.
Well, I mean, so me, I'm like a total, very woke, liberal, very progressive. I believe in a lot of social safety nets. I believe in capitalism with a great deal of social safety nets. I believe in a socialized healthcare system. I believe that the billionaires are too rich. I believe that we need to emphasize worker unions. I believe that we need to emphasize education and we need to make college free. I believe we need to reduce the size of the military-industrial complex. I believe we need to pull money out of politics. I believe that very much in LGBTQ rights, which includes children. Yeah, what do you? I don't believe in God. There is no God.
Nah.
I did actually agree with something you said. Get money out of politics. This thing I would actually, education. You want to talk about education?
Okay.
So education is obviously terrible. A lot of the kids can't read. They don't know anything about science, history, math,
Yeah.
and that actually went downhill with the forming of the Department of Education.
With the forming of the Department of Education?
Absolutely. Have you ever they actually posted that online where kids, 16, 17, 18 years old were riding home during the Civil War, and they sounded eloquent. They sound because they were raised by their parents, and homeschooling was actually just schooling back in the day, unless you had a high enough population that you could actually hand that off to somebody else. So in modernity, these kids can't read, and we keep throwing money at it because money seems to be the issue that the people in the education system are whining about, but money is not the problem. I would call this a 70-30 problem. The parents don't want to teach their kids at home, and the education system is defunct already, especially when they got political with the teachers' unions. But the kids can't read, the teachers don't care, the teachers go on strike all over America all the time because they want to get paid more when they have the most time off.
Well, okay, so I think that the Department of Education is a tool that has been used with different presidents, and I think like how it's been run results in the outcome. For example, the way that it had to handle itself between administrations is pretty woeful. Reagan wanted to abolish it. Bush had expanded testing and testing alone, and which caused the teaching by the test. And Obama had pushed standards, which did improve.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. Which Bush?
George W. Bush.
Okay, but he also had the No Child Left Behind thing.
Yes, it's a terrible idea.
I know. I agree with that.
Obama had pushed the standards and improving it, and it had some improvement. And Trump weakened the oversight, which means over its existence, it has lacked a consistent vision. And there's also the fact that there's U.S. education problems such as inequality, poverty, and local funding via property taxes being structural issues in federal oversight, which just that alone it can't fix. Do you see my problem?
Well, that's why I called it a 70-30 problem. If you're going to bring a kid into this world, and I hope that nobody ever decides to opt out of that responsibility because you have the responsibility to get laid.
I believe like dismantling the Department of Education is not the move. If anything, we need more of that.
No. Well, no, because we are a competition-based country. I think that if you took the responsibility and the taxes, throwing it to the federal government out in D.C., and you actually made the state governments responsible for the curriculum, then some states would rise and some states would fall. But putting it under the entire banner of the federal government means that all states, it doesn't matter really, because they're all being taught the same curriculum by mandate.
Let me see if I can illustrate what I'm trying to get at. Give me 1 second. I will have to get a tool for this.
Okay.
I'm going to bust out my drawing tablet for this.
All right.
And just so you're aware, the stream is roughly about 12 seconds behind from the way I'm talking to you versus what you see. But if you have it muted and just wait 12 seconds, you'll see it. Give me a quick second. I'm going to feature it. Hang tight. Just give me a moment to set it up. Look at me, Daniel. I got Photoshop open and Stalker 2 running. This computer ain't even this computer's barely even trying, Daniel. Do you hear that?
Dude, I already hated you. You don't need to set it more. It's fine.
All right, hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. than my chalkboard. There we go. All right, let's make a new layer here, and we're just gonna, and I'll share it. Just give me a moment. All right, Control-1. Okay. And where is my tablet? Tablet? Oh, okay. All right. So you should now see there should be a green chalkboard that ought to be visible. It's not great for the camera, but here what do I don't know, just okay. So I've got two societies, right? And let's say that there's like 100 schools in Society A and Society B, and all else equal, they're like the same. Okay. So I would argue that we should take taxes out of people's pockets to fund all 100 schools. And they should be very properly adequate. And I don't believe that it should come from the size of a house to the to poor, rich. I think that there needs to be like a federalized standard that throws money into a pool, and then all 100 schools get funded, right? And so what that means is if you have more funding being poured into schools, that it results into the schools being properly funded and there being better teachers and therefore better schooling in general. So everyone is smarter because of this, and they can go off to things like college, which I believe we can expand the Pell Grant to make it even better. Right? By increasing the Pell Grant, this means more people get more educated, they get even smarter. Okay? And your argument is that under your society, we want to say, for example, have not all 100 schools funded, but some schools get funded lots. Let's say that, you've got 80 of the schools covered. They get funded lots.
Time out.
Meanwhile, some of them don't get funded very well, right?
You just misrepresented what I said. I said that all the states should compete with each other. It shouldn't be federalized.
Yeah, so then that means that there's going to be states that do really well and states that do very poorly.
We're already doing that right now.
That's correct.
Under the federal advisement.
No. A majority of the funding is being pulled by local property taxes. It's the value of the house that means a certain percentage gets pulled out every year, and then that goes towards the roads, the police, the firemen, and the schools. And
yes,
roughly over 70% of the funding comes in this form. And because you have zip codes that are poorer or of lower class, they actually pool in less money than the rich and affluent schools. And so because you're arguing a competition-based model, that means that fundamentally there will be the haves and the have-nots, right? So when I am saying
you're removing the agency of the individuals to relocate to other places where the standard of education for their children is higher.
That still results in there being some people that go, okay, I'm going to travel a long distance to take my kid to school. And then there's going to be other people that are going to say, well, I don't really have a choice. I have 3 jobs and I need to take my kid to school. So my kid is going to the nearby school, right? So there's always going to be people that go to the bad school. So I'm back to this, right? Let's assume, good case scenario, you've got 80 schools that are funded well, and then 20 schools that are bad, right? So the 80 schools, they get smarter, right? And then they go off to college, right? Meanwhile, the 20 dead end job, right? Because they didn't get a good education to begin in. And it's quite often, right? This increases crime, This
Interesting take,
increases
but okay.
this increases drug use,
Interesting take. Okay.
right? We know this to be the case. Poor education is associated with all of these things. And so, in my mind, I think of society B, and I know it's better. I know I don't need to do any math. I know for a fact that it's better because my argument is to fund the crap out of schools. And just so you're aware, the Pell Grant in itself can actually pay for itself entirely. You can expand it indefinitely and it would make money because when you have more people going to college, they get better paying jobs. And because they get better paying jobs, this results in them paying more in taxes than if they were to not get educated at all. And so I don't like the idea of like that it should be competition based. I mean, I don't believe that the number one determinant of your success should be your zip code because right now it's your zip code, right? And you're arguing for more of that.
Yes, sir. No, sir. That's not what I'm saying. And I actually think the competition based, which means the students that are more successful in the school, the state should prioritize continuing funding that. And like I said, it's a 70-30. You can teach so much to kids at school. I call that the 30. It's the irresponsibility of the parents not teaching them at home. And the Pell Grant and all that stuff, whole problem with the education.
Let me ask you this. If somebody has poor socioeconomic status versus someone who has rich socioeconomic status, which one do you think has more time to go over the homework with their kid?
If somebody's working a lot and they have rich socioeconomic status, they probably don't see their kids a lot. If somebody's working a bunch of jobs.
But if you're rich and you work a lot, you could just hire a tutor, right? But that's not an option for the poor person. But you're taking agency away from people at this point. You're saying I'm not.
They're you are.
What I'm saying is
I've seen it happen before.
What I'm saying is,
I came from a.
Is not. Hold on.
Well, I know, and I'm not going to do anecdotal the entire.
What I'm saying is not to.
I'm not raising my voice at you.
What I'm saying is not to take away people's agency. I believe that rising tides lift all boats. My goal is to lift up socioeconomic conditions where it is no longer a factor, so we have a more educated population, and maybe not tie the education system to property taxes. Because right now, because it's tied to property taxes, it fundamentally means that your zip code is what determines your level of success in life. That's a concern. I
understand that. Yes, I understand that, and I disagree with it as well, because there are people that don't even have kids. Their kids have already moved out. They've already gone to college, and they're old people living next to the schools paying taxes. I understand that entirely. It's not a fair way to...
I have a house. I pay property taxes. I'm perfectly okay with it.
Yes, sir.
Why? Because eventually there will come a day where I will be retired, and if I never had kids, there will likely be somebody that has to take care of me because I will be too old to take care of myself. I rely on people having children to live an okay life later on, right? Because all I'll have is green pieces of paper, right? And green pieces of paper doesn't change my diaper.
But that right? that seems to be no, I apologize, but that seems to be your solution to the problem. Throw more money at it. That's not the problem. We've expanded the fund. No, we've expanded the funding.
We've actually dismantled it, and I'm talking to you right now, arguing to dismantle it and make it worse.
I'm not arguing.
The result of the Department of Education when it gets defunded.
Okay,
you're seeing the
I'm arguing that the state.
All right. I have to mute you because you're freaking out. I need you to chill. Nobody can hear you right now. I just need you to chill. You're arguing to make it worse. There's tons of countries that have, for example, equivalent Department of Education that are well funded. Because they are well funded, they often get better test scores. But fundamentally, Republicans are the ones that like to dismantle the Department of Education, saying that it should go back to the states. And the reason why they want to do this is because they often have religious affiliation where they would like to teach things like regarding the Bible and get it out of like a federalized standard. In fact, we wouldn't even be aware how poor the education was if it were not for the Department of Education being able to measure it. That doesn't mean that there's a problem of the Department of Education. It just means that we need to properly fund it and stop defunding it every time a Republican gets in office. Do you understand? You're unmuted.
Oh, no. I understand that the only way to actually have people getting better in life is to give them opportunities, and people aren't doing that at the base level. So if you actually want to make these kids inspired to do stuff, that needs to start at home, then you can put them in the schools. If you want to talk about the financial aspect of it, it should be localized instead of federalized, because DC doesn't give a crap about Cheyenne, Wyoming. They don't care about Juneau, Alaska. There's no intercross there. So
I don't know what
yes,
you're talking
you
about.
do, and I do.
No,
yes,
I believe
because
in a
we love this country.
But a federalized standard will ensure that those small communities get the needed funding that they need. Right? It has been overwhelmingly Republicans that have wanted to defund the Department of Education, and they're successful in doing so.
The Department of Education is an obvious failure.
Yeah, but yes, it's a failure because it was defunded by Republicans.
No,
That's
it's been
why.
a failure. It's been a failure for a long time.
There has not been a consistent vision regarding the Department of Education. I've listed to you multiple presidents that want to remove it, and then Democrats that want to keep it. And because of that, as a result, the Department of Education has lacked the ability to be effective in any way, shape, or form. Right?
It can't be effective on a national level.
That is the fault of just bad bureaucracy or whatever. But the reality is that the Republicans did that by design, and they did it so that way they can religiously indoctrinate children instead of actually sticking to the facts. That's the problem. They'd rather people lack critical thinking instead of gain critical thinking.
Man, you have this so backwards.
I don't. I really don't. You can Google this. I'm not making this up, right? You can look
Google
up
what?
who is known
Google
for defund.
what?
Just Google who is known for defunding the Department of Education. Who is known for that?
The
It's
Department of
overwhelmingly
Education-
Republicans. Overwhelmingly, it's not even close.
The kids aren't educated either way.
No, I'm saying that.
Because
No, that's
parents
not
are
true.
putting
right?
the institutions.
Do you know who fought against the Pell Grant?
You're not allowing anybody to speak. Why are you asking people to call in if you're not allowing them to speak?
But I am allowing them to speak. I let you speak.
No, you keep interrupting me every time I'm trying to talk to you.
Yeah,
If
because
you're not going to let me
saying
talk,
things that are
that's
just
fine, man.
empirically false. They're wrong.
It's not false.
Yes.
It's important
Yes,
that
you're wrong.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
what? It's important that it starts in the home, and then you can have learning expedition with the curriculum of the local schools.
No,
but it
I
should not be
disagree.
federally funded.
I disagree
it should be
that it
localized.
starts in the home, and I'll tell you why. Okay, if you have
It absolutely starts in the home every time.
If you have, for example, people in education, you've got, for example, your social studies teacher who got a bachelor's degree in that subject, right, at minimum. And then you've got your mathematics teacher, your literature teacher, your science teacher. Heck, I had a marine biology teacher. You're going to tell me that it starts with the parent? The parent barely has enough money to survive and take care of their kid, right? It's very often that they have to apply for things like food stamps. And you're telling me that they got to be an expert
you to take a
in all of
moment to
these
appreciate what you
subjects?
just said. I want you to take a moment to appreciate what you just said. It is better that the child be raised by the state-appointed sub-parents or whatever you want to call them, guardians.
I didn't say
called
raise
teachers,
the child. I
than
said
it is the
teach
parents
the child.
to raise them.
I
and
didn't
teach
say
them.
raise the child. I said teach the child. Teaching a child is different
Yes.
from raising the child. I'm not taking a parent's autonomy to be able to teach their children, right? But the problem that I'm having is that there's like a basic level of education that goes far beyond a parent's ability
you're appealing to the
successfully
authority
raise
of a
to
degree.
teach a child. No, well, a degree definitely helps, period. Like it just
A
does.
degree is a shiny object. It's a piece of paper saying you know stuff. But if you actually talk to the people that are going through these colleges, they don't understand anything about the world.
Right, as opposed to
You
you,
understand
right,
what
who
I'm saying?
understands everything about the world.
No, I don't. No, you don't need to have to
Why don't
put
you
that
tell
on
me
me because
this,
I'm
right?
not out
What
here
is it- what
bragging
is it-
about my knowledge.
What is it?
I don't have a little
tell
shiny
me-
piece of
let
paper
me
to
ask
hang
you
up in
this.
front
What's
of
a
you to say,
standard-
look
why
how
don't
much
you help
I
me
know,
out? What
because
is a-
somebody.
why don't you help me out? What is a standard deviation? Right, Mr. Knowledgeable.
No,
Okay,
I'm not
you don't know
saying
anything
that I am,
regarding
though.
standard
That's
deviation. Okay, so you don't know anything regarding statistics.
Well,
so
it's
literally
no,
any
but that's the
scientific
difference.
study
That's
is
the
relevant.
difference
Is
between you and
irrelevant.
me.
You have no idea what a confidence interval is. You
That's
have
the
no
difference. And
idea.
you interrupt every fucking time, buddy. I'm just saying.
I love it, dude.
the-
Dude, hey Daniel, and I have you muted by the way. Daniel, these I swear, anytime I have any amount of pushback for these right wingers, they always bring in the meta every single time. Right? You always interrupt. You're such a, why don't you let people talk? Daniel, why do they always do this? Every freaking time.
Because for them, as we said before, because for them everything has to be black and white.
For sure.
It has to start. They don't care about the kids. That's also a thing. They don't give a fuck about the kids. All he can talk about is about the parents. Oh, why are the parents not doing this? Why are the parents not doing that? Who gives a fuck?
Well, hear me out, Daniel.
You shouldn't care about the parents. You should care about the kids.
What if we introduce competition into children being able to educate?
Yeah, right. Yeah, let's have a competition who eats today.
Yeah,
right?
let's have a
Like, let's
competition. Yeah, let's have a competition
Some will
on
win,
that.
some will lose.
Yeah. Well, it'd be better, right? It would be like, like Ayn Rand, Fountainhead.
Yeah,
all right. I'll mute him. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna give you the last word, but we just have to agree to disagree. Here, but you're unmuted, so go ahead.
Okay. Goodbye. You're like, this is exactly why people can't talk to you guys, because if you're not talking over them, you're muting them, you're censoring them. That's cool, man.
I swear.
I really hope
dude,
you
they
get
do
your
the
way
meta.
and you have to live in that utopia.
Hey,
Good
I'm gonna
luck,
tell
buddy.
you right now, dude.
Fucking
I'll tell you
ridiculous,
what. Here's what's gonna happen, right?
Nothing's going to happen because you don't do things. You point out.
I gotta mute him one more time because he's going crazy. Here's what's gonna happen, right? And I'm telling every right winger this, right? I am going to drag you, kicking and screaming, to a wonderful utopia where people live higher quality of living standards. You're going to be dragged, kicking and screaming, and this is just one of those examples. Anyway, phones are open. Call in 202-998-5218. That was an interesting discussion. Actually, not bad. Not bad.
I'm just thinking, Amanda, is like you're advocating for this utopia where you have a Department of Education.
Yep.
That
Where
treats
we
every
require
school the same.
a minimum
this
standard.
has never been achieved. This has
We've
never
never
been
done
achieved.
it. Can't happen.
I mean, except for Spain. And
like
France.
literally, like
and
every
Germany.
Yeah. Well,
and
wait,
Italy,
stop.
and
Wait, those are all
Portugal,
leftist hellholes.
And Serbia,
Wait,
and Romania, and Hungary,
stop it.
and Poland.
That's too many.
Oh my God, should I continue? Yeah, I don't know. Seems kind of weird, like this fucking utopia we're talking about. Like
this
nobody has figured out
thing,
education.
yeah, that all of
Until
these
now.
countries have already figured out, and they act like that. Well, hold on, hear me out. Once again, why not have a competition where they compete over basic things that are just assumed in all these? But mind you, right? The most wild part about this is the fact that we in the United States are richer than any of these other European countries. Yet their outcomes of education are far better than that of the United States. And you know what they got? A more centralized education system. There's a minimum standard requirements. And yes, they do better as a result. Wow, amazing, incredible. Holy crap. Yeah, it's almost like that it's possible to have like a working system. What?
You almost had about like
healthcare
too.
What did I say? Oh,
'Cause it's the
regarding
same with
healthcare. Yeah, it's the same exact thing,
It's
dude.
the
And
same.
like, why not privatize the healthcare? So, like, obviously, we see the result. It's like, yeah, the competition thing ain't working out so well. It doesn't look good, you know?
Yeah.
Dude.
Also, whoever is saying this is an echo chamber and I'm a liberal, you should reconsider that. I'm not a liberal. But yeah, I don't know. It's so weird, and it's like because you were saying about like Republicans, and I feel like everybody that is trying to look at the outcomes of education and the reason why there's this like infighting in the United States regarding on how schools should be funded and everything.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with racism. It has to do a
It
lot with
does.
segregation.
It does.
And it's like,
because of the
people not reading that history
redlining
is just
laws of the
insane.
past.
They should read that.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing that, like, a lot of people don't like to acknowledge. It's like, again, and I bring it up multiple times. And you look at your Martin Luther King drives and your Rosa Parks Avenue. You don't see like an even demographic there of like what is typical in the United States. No, dude, it's exclusively minorities, and that's by design, right? That was designed that way, and you can confirm that to be the case. And so the problem that I'm having is like, well, hold on. I want to make everybody's life better, because I think that if you don't have these basic, educational standards, then what it does do is that it just increases crime. It makes life worse for a lot of people. But I do want to hear what other people have to say. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Dude, Daniel, I'm dying so much in this game, bro. I'm
I mean, should I say I saw it coming? Or
what? Me dying over and over?
Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't make it
that's
any
the
better because
result
there's like, yes. What?
of not being good at the game. It's
You think I'm not good at it? Wait, I have it set to like the hardest difficulty. Why are you talking? Don't talk to me like that.
I mean, I don't know. If you think that's an excuse, cool.
Yes, well, I'm working on. Man, I'd like to see you try. This is hard.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't have this monster PC.
I keep
I
freaking dying,
can't.
dude. I die
But
so
I did
easy.
finish the what was it, like Call of Pripyat,
Mhm.
like the first Stalker. Pretty good game.
Oh yeah, great game.
Also
Great game.
finished it on
The hardest
hardest
difficulty?
difficulty.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
We are taking calls.
I'm just,
202-998-5218. Give me a quick second. I need to I need to BRB just real quick, so just hang tight, okay? We are taking calls though, so just call in. All right. I'm back. So Daniel, I did the most
Welcome
soy
back.
boy thing earlier. It was very soy.
Mm.
I was just filled with just soy. I was on my diet day, and I went to get myself a Greek yogurt.
It's fine.
And
Fine.
I opened up the Greek yogurt, and as I opened it up, and I didn't even know that this was possible, I gave myself like a paper cut with the lid. You see it?
Wait, how?
I don't know. That's never happened before. But I opened it and it just scraped the side.
Happens, man. It's those
of my
Greek
hand.
lids, you know.
And I was like,
They're very strong. Dude, I bought a new book.
What'd you buy?
Okay, do you wanna guess what book
What?
I got?
Was it Denial of Death by Ernst Becker?
No, I already
Dang
got
it.
that one.
Did you finish it?
It's no, not yet. I haven't started it because I'm
Okay.
still on something else, and I need
Yeah.
it's long.
Is it? It's
I
not
got
that long.
The,
Is it
the
that
new...
long?
No. What I have is long,
Oh,
and
okay.
I need to finish it. It's like I got the new Oxford annotated Bible, the new
Great.
revised standard version,
All right. I
with
got-
the Apocrypha.
Oh, great.
Okay, which
Sounds like fun.
Which is an ecumenical study Bible. I
wanna die.
Yes, I just love it. Yes, because I just got like today. I challenged a lot of people, and nobody has yet taken up the challenge on debating me on one subject. And the subject is that Jesus was not the Messiah because he fulfilled
Whoa.
actually zero prophecies,
Did he?
right? And in order to be the Messiah, you have to fulfill the prophecies. Because
Isn't the prophecy that he was resurrected?
Nope, there is no such prophecy that he is resurrected.
That he's
Also, it's not even like
Is that
there's so many resurrections in the Bible. It's unbelievable. Okay.
Where?
Oh, in the Old Testament. Yes.
Where?
What do you mean? So there's like two prophets. I think it's Yeshua and Yeshaya. I don't know. They have like very close names. Okay. And one of them resurrected one guy. The other one also resurrected one guy, but because they wanted him to be like better, after he died, they buried another guy on top of this guy's bones, and the guy resurrected, right? So actually, that prophet has like two resurrections, And actually, Jesus, that's why Jesus has also two resurrections. He resurrected Lazarus and another guy, and then he also resurrected, right? So he has three resurrections because he's better, right? It's like
Okay.
more resurrections. Yeah.
I don't recall this. And I have read my Bible.
So, yeah. So look, who was it? Elijah and Elisha. Okay, so if you go to 1 Kings 17,
let's see
Elijah, which was like the older prophet, resurrected the guy.
First Kings what?
1 Kings 17.
17. Let's see. I always like the New International Version. Does a good job.
Oh, Bible
Alright.
Gateway is still down. Holy moly.
Is Bible Gateway? Okay, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. What verse should I be reading?
Okay, so you can go down past 17. Okay, 17, 18, 19 there.
Sometime later, the son woman who owned the house became ill. He grew worse and worse and finally stopped breathing. He said to, "What do you have against me, man of God? Did you come and remind me of my sin to kill my son? Give me your son." Elijah replied. He took from her arms, carried him to the upper room where he was staying, and laid him on his bed. Then he cried out to the Lord, "Lord, my God, have you brought out tragedy even on this widow I'm staying with and causing her son to die?" Then he stretched himself out onto the boy of 3 times, cried to the Lord, "My gods, let my boy's life return to him." And the Lord heard Elijah's cry, and the boy's, wow. Okay. A resurrection.
And now you have to go to Elisha. Yeah, Elisha, which is the next prophet after Elijah. Again,
Okay.
very close names. Okay, which is in 2 Kings 4.
So you're saying that
Chapter
you did not fulfill the prophecy, like Jesus Christ?
No, these are not prophecies. Oh, okay, but yeah, it's like when I'm
You
talking
have to
about
help me out, man.
prophecies,
I don't understand your thought process.
Well, I mean, it's like you can just go to prophecies, right? Things that were prophesied in the Bible regarding the Messiah, right? The Messiah, because that's important. They have to be prophecies first of all. Like a lot of people, for example, go to Psalms, and they're just saying, "Oh, look, there's this portion in Psalms, and then we have something that's very similar in the New Testament." Well, it's like maybe, but I could make a book where I write the same things. It doesn't mean that's a prophecy, right? So it has to be a prophecy, and it's got has to come from a prophet, and it has to be very specific about what's happening. So, for example, like I'm going to give you an example. Okay? Let me remember what where it was.
By the way, we are taking
Okay, so I
calls.
think it's-
202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a debate? I'm right here.
Yeah. So if you go to Micah 5:2,
Okay.
in Micah 5:2, there's a verse which is actually a prophecy, right? This is a messianic prophecy, and it says, I don't know what version you have that you're reading from.
We're
But
getting a
let's-
phone call.
Oh, we're gonna take over after.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Well, First Amender.
What's going on?
Medium.
What was your name?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What was your name?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What was your name?
Hugh. We talked last stream. I
Hugh.
think.
All right, Hugh. What do you want to talk about?
No, Hughes.
Hughes?
Yeah, remember we had the conversation about the main character argument?
I think so. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember, I just want to get this on the record that you conceded that you misrepresented me in our last conversation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you said, proves when I said highly expected, right?
Sorry, what?
You said that, so when I was giving you my argument, okay, so let's just run it back real quick. Do you remember the argument that I gave you?
No. Do you have a new argument?
No, it's the same one.
Okay, what is your argument?
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. I want to read it verbatim. Okay, so it is premise 1. If the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, then it's highly expected that Christianity is true.
Can I write it
Premise
down?
2. Yeah, right.
I'm going to do it carefully, right? I'm going to just repeat each one. So start over. Go ahead.
Yeah, do it very carefully.
Yep.
All right. Wait, did you write down premise 1?
Yeah, can you repeat the first one?
Okay. If the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, then it's highly expected that Christianity is true.
Okay.
Premise 2, the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character.
Okay.
Conclusion, therefore, it's highly expected that Christianity is true.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree
And my main,
with
and my main
P1.
character.
So I just want to be clear, right? You're saying that if the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, then it is highly expected that Christianity is true.
Yes.
Okay, and P2 is the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character.
Yep.
Therefore, it is highly expected that Christianity is true.
Yeah, and by main character, I just mean the most important human in world history.
Okay. Well, I would disagree with you on P1 for starters.
Okay. What's the disagreement?
I think that this goes back to the same thing. I believe that Jesus was ad hoc added to the Bible as a result of the already Jewish account of holy texts from Jews.
When did that happen?
After Jesus'
When did that
death.
happen?
The Gospels were written after
Okay.
Jesus' death.
Yes, first century, second century, or like
Yes, so I reject the hypothesis that they predicted anything. They likely ad hoc explained it.
first century or second century.
It would have been within the first century, as in between
Okay.
30 and 30 and 99.
Okay. So, when did Christianity start to become like extremely popular and tolerated?
I guess it depends on like what you consider to be popular, like popular in a specific region as opposed to what, the entire world. I don't know what you mean by that.
Let's just make it to Rome. Like, when did it become tolerated in Rome?
Tolerated in Rome. I don't know the exact date of that. Is that relevant
so it would
to your
be-
argument?
Yeah, because so you're saying that the New Testament authors wrote this kind of stuff in the first century.
And
I'm saying
also,
that
just
Christianity-
because something becomes popular, that just sounds to me like you're just arguing an ad populum fallacy as to whether or not you're determining something to be true or false. Like, I'm sure if I was in a room full of flat earthers, they could probably tell me that the earth is flat, but we know it's not flat. Like, it doesn't matter if I have 1 or 10,000 flat earthers telling me that I'm wrong, they're still wrong, right? Because the earth isn't flat, right? You would agree with that? So, like, the amount of people isn't going to dictate whether or not something is correct. Also, P1, I still have problems with P1, specifically in that P1
let me target
is
that
easily
argument.
disproven given the fact that the Gospels weren't even written until well after several decades after Jesus' death. And that's the earliest accounts. So,
Let me target that argument real quick. So you said that the argument is not saying that, if Jesus is popular, then how explain that Christianity is true. It's saying that it's, talking about the predictive power of what the New Testament authors did. That's why
well, it
says-
doesn't have any predictive power because it's just ad hoc reasoning it.
Yeah, so that's why we're getting to that. So Christianity didn't become popular or tolerated, I guess, in Rome until the 4th century.
It's not really about toleration. It's about what was written, right? Because what you're saying
Christianity
is
was-
not anything regarding any popularity. You said if the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, then it is highly expected that Christianity is true. I disagree that they predicted anything. I'm saying that it is ad hoc explained.
Yes, I understand that. But you have to realize that in the 1st century, Christianity was unpopular, correct?
In the mid what? What?
In the 1st century, you agree that Christianity was unpopular. Less than
That has
1%
nothing to do with your premise conclusion. It doesn't.
Yes, it does, because if the New
See,
Testament
you could
authors
talk about
claimed-
main character. I mean, I could even acknowledge that maybe Jesus Christ is the main character of the world, right? He's a very popular figure. I'll grant that.
Okay.
But that doesn't matter because you're assuming the prediction as being the predicate. And I disagree with the prediction. And the Bible does not show that it predicted anything. It just ad hoc reasoned it from old Jewish mythology.
Yeah, so the reason why, first of all, I don't know how an ad hoc explanation would not be a prediction. Can you explain that? Because it's in the 1st century.
Sorry, am I using it wrong? Is it post hoc?
It is post hoc.
Can you look it up real quick?
The act of creating justifications, excuses, or hypotheses that to spot or support a pre-existing belief. No, I'm correct. Ad hoc.
Yeah, so how does that negate a prediction if it's in the 1st century?
Because they saw it happen, and then they wrote saying it would happen, but it already happened. Right?
Well,
It's like I witnessed 9/11 happen, and then 20 years after 9/11 happened, I write down on a piece of paper that 9/11 would happen, and then I look at everybody and say, look, I made a prediction. It's not a prediction. I just ad hoc'd it into reason.
Well, the difference is Christianity was unpopular in the first century. Okay, there's a less than 1%.
It doesn't matter if
Christian
it's
population
popular
in
or
Rome.
unpopular. I don't know why you
No.
keep
Okay,
bringing
so
that up.
it feels unpopular in the first century. Would you agree that Jesus is not the main character in the first century, in the sense that Jesus is not the most important figure or most popular figure?
It doesn't have anything to do with your premise conclusion. I can even acknowledge he is the most popular. We're not disagreeing that. I don't know why you bring up things that we don't disagree on.
No, I said in the first century.
I don't know why you keep bringing up something that we don't disagree on.
No, I mean, like, no.
The problem I'm having is the predictive quality, right? That's the part that matters. Can you acknowledge what I'm trying to say to you, or like?
You do realize that Jesus was not the most important figure in the first century, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what people thought of in the first century. Maybe in certain circles he would have been the most important figure. I don't know. It depends.
Well,
was he the most important figure in China? No, he wasn't. He was unknown in China. He wasn't a thing in China.
Yeah. No, like we're talking about like a
right, and there were probably more people in
Christian
China
population
than there were in Rome at the time. So, like,
first a minute, we're talking about less than 1% Christian population in Rome in the first century.
Okay, what is your point? Where does this go?
Yeah, so the point where it goes is because the Christian population is, so little, so small. Okay, I gave this analogy to you our last conversation. You have 700 subscribers, so imagine I say that in the future you're going to be, the most popular YouTuber in the world, that you're going to surpass Mr. Beast. In fact, I'm so convinced of this that I'm going to become your editor, say that you're like the best YouTuber ever. That type of prediction would be extremely surprising, correct?
Yeah, I mean, considering that political YouTube channels don't get that big.
Yes. So why is it not surprising when the New Testament authors do it?
Because they post hoc reasoned it, like it already happened, and when they say it would happen. If you're talking about regarding popularity, I could reason all sorts of nonsense into reality with his argument. Like, for example, there I met L. Ron Hubbard, and I predicted that he was going to be the biggest religion ever. So I followed him in his ways, and it has grown monumentally. Does that mean that that L. Ron Hubbard was correct? No, not at all. It's just an ad populum fallacy.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So let me make it directly analogous. Okay, so let's just say you die today. Okay, and then 30 years later, or let's just say 20 years later after you die, I say that your YouTube channel is going to be more popular than Mr. Beast. Is that surprising? Because that's still a post hoc explanation, technically. But
that wouldn't be post hoc explanation. I would have been dead. So I'm not going to get popular. Are you saying that like my YouTube videos get popular after I'm dead? Jesus, I hope not.
Yeah,
that would be terrible.
Yeah, let's just say they do.
Okay.
So that would be.
You're just arguing a ad populum fallacy.
Well, no.
Doesn't make it any more true. I don't care if I become more popular than Mr. Beast. That just is arguing that look, he got popular. That doesn't mean it's true. So here's the thing.
We're talking about the predictive power.
Honestly, like at this, like with this reality, like I'm just gonna tell you, like, with that kind of reasoning, you could reason all sorts of nonsense into existence. But I go against one very fundamental problem, right? Physical reality. Physical reality works a specific way, and I don't believe that you can just hand wave away with the power of God. I think that needs to be explained somehow. I don't believe that you can just reverse entropy and resurrect something. I don't think that's how that works. Matter doesn't work that way. The neurons would have already decayed because of the lack of vital of vital chemicals and elements required in order for the neurons to maintain themselves. And once those neurons disconnect and the cell walls begin to decay away, and those tails and axons begin to erode, there is no amount of energy that you can put back into it that's going to automatically reverse it. That has never happened on anything, ever, under any circumstance. So what I need to happen is somehow the opposite of that.
The opposite.
Where do I find that? Where can I observe something like that? Has it ever happened in reality?
It's attacking the argument.
What?
Yeah, so this isn't attacking the argument.
I know it's not. It's my argument. It's my problem. It's a huge problem.
So why don't you attack the argument?
I did. I said that it ad hoc reasons.
So
right? It's a total nothing burger.
In the analogy I gave, I hope you know that the truth of the argument is not indexed to its popularity; it's indexed to the predictive power.
But isn't the popularity supposed to be the predictive power?
No, it's indexed to the predictive
If
power.
I predict that Scientology gets popular, and then Scientology becomes popular 200 years into the future, does that mean that it was true all along?
That's not predictive power. That's not predictive power.
Okay, hold on. I predict that Scientology will become the most popular religion. And let's assume that in 200 years it does. Does that mean Scientology is true?
No.
Okay. So a predictive amount, any amount of prediction isn't going to prove whether or not Christianity is true.
No. There are two different things, so I'll explain why. Okay, so the two different things
I don't know what else to do, man. Your premise is, if the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, then it is highly expected that Christianity is true. P2 is, the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus is the main character, therefore it is highly expected that Christianity is true. But you're just simply saying that, listen, they predicted this thing, therefore Christianity is true. But I can say that First Amender predicted that Scientology is true because of how popular it becomes. And then let's assume in 200 years it does become the most popular religion. Therefore, Scientology is true. It doesn't make it true. That doesn't follow.
Okay, so it's on. All right. So do you hold to? Well, what probability theory do you hold to?
What?
Right?
What?
Yeah, we're talking about Yeah. So do you agree that predictions are truth tracking?
Yes.
Okay. So if I were to make, let's just say I have a hypothesis, and that hypothesis is able to make, predictions those predictions would serve for the truth of that hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, so you made a lucky guess, and I'm not making a lucky guess.
You're playing with luck?
Yeah, I think it's a lucky guess. Yeah.
Okay, so how many people have lived on Earth?
Here's the thing, right?
The
difference is that you predict that there's going to be, for example, ducks in the pond, but I know the migratory patterns of the ducks and determine that there would be ducks in the pond. This is the difference, right? It's going from lucky guess to something that is backed in empirical reality. And empirical reality tells you that reverse entropy does not happen. It can't happen.
I want to get this point down. So the point that I was making was that, in human history, there have existed 118 billion people. So if you're going to explain it with luck, and that's like a 1 out of 118 billion chance.
No, you have 118 billion chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of rolls. If I roll a 20-sided dice, how many times am I going to roll a 20? What? Eventually, you get it correct.
No, we're talking about the prediction. Not very many people have claimed that someone was going to be the most popular figure, right? Yeah, so it's
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you at this point, man. I mean, we're back to it the same exact topic, and it's like, it just doesn't follow that it's true. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't work.
Well, you disagree that predictions are truth tracking.
They are. But I would say that you're it's a lucky guess.
Okay, so if I hypothesize that Christianity is true, and
yeah, but you have no backing behind that. You just say it.
Wait, what? Yeah. So that's just a hypothesis. Hypotheses don't have to necessarily have any sort of evidence prima facie. Me giving me these predictions, right? So
I don't know. I don't even know what you just said, dude. I have no idea what you even said.
So if I were to make a hypothesis that Christianity, let's just say that's just like a thought in my head. I believe that Christianity is true, and then let's say I make a prediction, the New Testament authors make a prediction, and that prediction ends up becoming true. It ends up actually appearing in Jesus Christ being the main character.
Listen,
you literally said that hypothesis would
let's say, for example, that I predict.
You said the prediction would serve as for the hypothesis.
Let's say if I predict to you that that you will get a flat tire in a month, right? Chances are not in my favor that you are going to get a flat tire in a month, but let's say you do, that you got a flat tire in a month. That would have meant that my prediction held true, right? But the problem is that I can roll the dice 1,000 times and it's relatively benign, except for the one time where I was correct about it. That doesn't make me necessarily any more correct. Probably what would make you more correct is analyzing how often your street is cleaned, and observe that the street is cleaned less often in your area than in most other areas across the city or suburb or wherever you live, and then be able to accurately determine that you have a very high probability of getting a flat tire. This is the difference.
Okay, so first of all, you brought up the flat tire example. So you said
I'm just using as an example, where you can make a prediction and just get a lucky guess, right? But I don't think that makes you any more correct. It's predictive quality that what makes you more correct. So when you just make a prediction and you just got lucky, that doesn't mean you're going to be right all the time, right? That just means you got lucky once.
118 billion. Let's just say
that's 118 billion rolls, my dude. You see the problem?
118 billion.
Yeah, it's 118. Yeah. It's a lot of rolls. Well, right? And also, I can apply this very same logic on a different God, and you wouldn't agree to it. Right? You wouldn't agree to it regarding Scientology. So why is it correct with Christianity?
Yeah, sure. What predictions did Islam make?
What?
Well, yeah, what predictions you said you could apply different gods. So what prediction has Islam made?
I believe there's people that think that that Islam discovered or described the Big Bang regarding the expanses of the skies. I don't believe in that, but mind you, right? I think that's total horseshit. Because I don't believe that people of the time would have even understood the Big Bang at all.
Where does Islam claim that?
Oh, it's in the Quran. It's in the Quran.
Where?
I mean, I can look for it. Can you just take my word that it's in there?
No. No.
Okay.
The Quran doesn't say the Big Bang happened. What do you mean? I mean, I can concede that it says that the universe began to exist, but it doesn't say the Big Bang happened.
Hold on.
I can concede that it says the universe began, but where's the Big Bang in the Quran?
And mind you, I don't believe in any of this crap, but just for fun. So it shows here Surah Ad-Dariyat saying, we built the universe with great might and we are certainly expanding it.
Yeah, so it says, so I'm saying that the universe began and expand, but where does it say that the Big Bang happened?
Well, but this is what I'm saying. It's like you could just ad hoc explain it and then there you go. I mean, Muslims do it too. It's no different, but you wouldn't say that this is correct. Obviously, you're not Muslim. So you would reject their explanation, just as I reject your explanation. And I also reject the Muslim explanation. And I reject the Scientology explanation and all these other religion explanations. Do you see?
Well, where does that surah predict the Big Bang?
You're not understanding where I'm coming from. I don't even believe that. So I'm not going to sit there and defend something that I don't even believe. I'm just saying that there's all sorts of different ad hoc explanations that you can do. That's one of them.
Is it the case that it does or not?
What?
Yeah, is it the case that that surah that you quoted does?
Oh my God.
Or does not
I don't believe it does because I don't believe people of the time.
Okay, so why are you bringing it up then?
What?
Why are you bringing it up then?
I'm bringing it up as an example that people ad hoc explain things to mean it into something that it's not, or try to say that something is true on the basis of its prediction. And I don't believe that that's a good way. That's a good way in and of itself, unless if you can do so over and over again on that same thing.
You disagree with my analogy, though.
Huh?
I said you agree. So when I said earlier, about the like a YouTuber thing,
man, dude, you were
predicting that you're going to be.
Has anybody ever asked you that you are mentally exhausting to talk to?
Yeah, okay. What was that?
Has anybody ever told you that you are mentally exhausting to talk to?
Okay, I mean, you have. That's you're the only one that has.
Okay. You are very exhausting to talk to. Daniel, help me out.
So anyways,
I mean, last time he said that he was going to come and talk to me about this.
Bro, wait, where are you, bro? Why don't you come on stage and then we'll invite you in. And you can talk to Daniel.
Well, I don't want to do a 2v2, bro.
What? I can be quiet. I'll let Daniel talk.
Wait. Well, why are you running from this debate?
What? Because we've gone over this in circles. We've gone over this in circles multiple times. I don't know what else to tell you. I really don't. I don't know what to say.
So do you not want to have this debate anymore?
Well, no. We just have repeated ourselves 4 or 5 times, and it gets mentally exhausting to do so. And it's also pretty boring at that.
So you do want to have this debate then?
Well, if you not ask me the same thing over and over. You just did it just now.
Yeah. Tell him it's okay if he runs away from me. I would do the same thing if I were him.
We got Daniel here that would like to challenge you.
Well, the thing is, I want you to run away from it.
Well, no, you got me mentally checked out. I feel like I explained myself multiple times, and I'm doing it again. This is now the 3rd time that I'm explaining to you. Right? I don't know how many more times I got to say it to you and how many other ways that I got to say it to you, but it is very mentally exhausting.
Are you going to pivot away from the conversation, or do you want to have it?
Yeah, again, all right. I'm not going to explain myself again. All right, this is the final time.
Like running.
All right. Yep.
Are you
Good talk. Yep. Good talk. Good talk. Jesus Christ, dude, these fucking people.
I mean, dude, I understand him. It's like, I know he would not want to debate.
We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Maybe not ask me the same freaking thing over and over, and then I'll take you more seriously.
Yeah, so we converse like in DMs, and he literally does the same thing in DMs. He doesn't care about anything you're saying.
Or he just repeats the same thing over and over?
Yeah, his statements that he repeats, it's obviously, he doesn't care about whether or not his position is true. He just wants to exhaust people to the point where it's like they don't want to debate anymore, and he just proclaims victory. Yeah, good stuff, buddy.
Yeah. Well, no, I ran. That means I'm wrong. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. It's not even about running, not running. It's asking the same thing over and over, getting the same answer, and then asking it again, hoping that you get a different answer. That's so annoying, dude. Stop doing that. Like, if you want to have a conversation, we can have a debate, discussion, whatever. But I feel like I addressed it, and then when I say the thing, he just repeats the same thing, and I'm like, I don't know what else to do. Like, how much more do I gotta discuss it with you? Anyway, we are taking calls, 202-998-5218. Call in. Let's have the debate. We'll have the discussion. You could be the video of the week. I think so far the winner of the call in for the debate is Culchi. I liked Culchi.
Yeah, he was fine.
Which is telling me, Amender, time for a new co-host. I like Daniel. What's wrong with Daniel?
He doesn't like me, apparently. It is what it is, man. Don't stress yourself about it. You can lose to people. Life moves on.
We'll see. Not name says 19 viewers, LOL. Chill, bro. Come on, I'm working on it. I'm working at it.
I wonder how many viewers he has.
Call in, man. I'm telling you, I'll take the discussion. It'll be fun. Phone number is 202-988-5218. Let's see here. So we've got, dude, there's like some rats here, and I think I gotta bust out the grenades for this, because the rats, they'll overwhelm me quickly.
Wait, you have grenades and you cannot finish that? What? Wait, it's like
there they
you
are.
have grenades.
Boom, got them. Oh, one left.
Like you could have finished the previous one too, right? With like grenades and stuff.
What? You mean?
Yeah,
oh,
like
you
if
mean
you have
like
grenades.
it's not effective.
Yeah, where the. Yeah.
It's not effective.
Isn't it? Oh, okay.
No, it's
That
not
sucks.
effective.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Let me see. We don't want a Amender to get big and sell us out. He's ours. Okay, bro. Dang, man. They just want me to be in a den of haters. Rain says, AWOL thought is the most religious debaters are not serious. Dude, true. Philip N. says, the predictive nature of the Old Testament right is the New Testament authors had no control of what was written in the Old Testament, and they wrote the New Testament was historical narrative, what they witnessed. So, all right, I'm going to tell you what I think happened.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
We don't have any witness,
Yeah.
like testimonies. Zero witness.
Well, so I'm going to tell you what likely happened. Right? This is what I believe happened. Typically speaking, in terms of burials, by Romans, especially for prisoners, they did not entomb them. That was something that was done to people that they would honor. Not people that they would dishonor, such as a crucifixion. People who have been crucified, they get thrown into a pile of dead bodies, a mass pit of bodies. They likely buried him. And then the followers of Jesus said to probably one of the centurions and said, where is Jesus's body? And the centurion may have lied to them and said, he's in the tomb up there. Why don't you go find it? Right? Knowing that there were multiple tombs up there and that they would just waste their time, up there looking for their leader. And what would have happened is, dude, I'm actually going to die. I'm going to die. All right, I'm dead. All right, stupid rats. They even have a picture of rats to show me that I died by rats. Bro, that's brutal. Okay, so then the followers came and looked for the tomb. They were told that they were in a tomb. They went up there, and then they hypothesized that, well, he was a miracle worker. Maybe he resurrected. And I think it's very possible that the lack of seeing him had resulted in people having hallucinations. In fact, it's quite common that when a loved one passes away, that you see hallucinations of that person still alive. Obviously, they're not actually alive. They're dead. It's just your memories playing tricks on you. And that's what I believe happened. And I think that later on, they likely wrote in the story and just said 500 people witnessed it, which is why you see that there's no actual account of names or people or other people saying that they saw Jesus outside of their very small group of followers that he had. So that's what I believe happened. It's relatively benign and not interesting, but that's what I do believe that to be the case. Ow. What do you think, Daniel? Do you agree with that?
I mean, there's, I don't know. I feel like the whole thing can be explained with just one person being convinced, and it's probably like Peter, like in the Bible. You know, he just became convinced of what happened, and then he convinced other people. Because again, it's like we need to understand we have no like first-hand testimonies in the Bible. Like all the Gospels are all anonymous, right? Like all the names were just attributed by the early church, and that's just a matter of like tradition. There is no evidence that's the case, and it's now we can actually disprove in many cases that I mean in all cases that were written by their presumed authors. You know, through various means, like, and even like Christian scholars agree with this. It's not like it's just me saying it. Paul, right? Paul was not a witness to the resurrection, right? It's like we know who he was, like we have his letters and everything, but he wasn't a witness. Not only that, when he met in Jerusalem with Peter and James, the brother of Jesus. It happened like years after his conversion, which was kind of weird, right? Because they already had a church in Jerusalem. And when he went there, he didn't go there to kind of learn about Jesus. They were kind of just fighting and stuff. So, you know, because probably Paul had like a very, very different idea about like the religion itself. And he probably has some like really crazy ideas. And, you know, I would assume that Peter and James wouldn't agree with his ideas. So it's just a mishmash, right? It's like today's Christians have nothing in common with early Christians. It's like early Christians did not believe in the same things that today's Christians believe. Like initially, I don't even think that Christians believe that Jesus was the Son of God. I don't think they believe. The Christology was like way lower than it is today.
Yeah.
And it's only later that they started to kind of like, because you can go to the Gospels and you can see there's a progression. Like the earliest Gospel, you know, doesn't even talk about the resurrection, right? It's just, it ends, right? It's like the short ending of Mark just ends when Jesus dies on the cross. And then, you know, we see it later, like it's being added, right? By later people, because they're saying like, wait a second. I mean, maybe there should be some continuation to this story. And the Christology just gets higher and higher. So by the time you get to John, which is the latest gospel, it's just crazy. Like you know, Jesus is divine. Jesus is like, you know, the greatest. So there's obviously, you know, something is happening there, right? When you have these things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? When you're talking about Christianity, also like when he's, you know, coming back to the previous guy, like I feel like his whole shtick is like, it's so weird. Like the entirety of his premises is like they don't make sense. It's like it doesn't follow, right, from one to the other. It's like, what do I care if like you're saying, so what was it? If the New Testament authors predicted that Jesus will become the most important man in history or something, or like the main character, right? It's like, how do we define that? How do we define the most important man in history? Like there's been human civilization
that
for
was another
tens of
like
thousands of years.
thought that I was thinking of with his Like he just like thinks it's the. I mean, I brought that up prior, but it didn't. It did nothing, obviously, to his, to the way that he
obviously
was
he doesn't
thinking.
care.
So I tried to address it as direct as I could, but we are taking calls 202-998-5218. I do want to hear out what you guys have to say. If you disagree with what I have to say, well, then just call in. I'm right here. I'm not hiding. Anybody who wants to call in, we can, but make sure you try to be polite. I absolutely will mute you if you try steamrolling the discussion. This is not your show. It's my show. But we can have the discussion. We have not named saying that Amender is female.
Hey, baby.
And also saying that First Amender saying your body language indicates that you are uncomfortable and you should be.
Man, some people
got a
are very
phone call,
insecure.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hello. Is this
Do you
Druid?
have a cat?
Is this Druid?
No, but do you have a cat?
Yes, I have a cat.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. That'll be it.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Oh, that was a very brief discussion.
Yeah, it's Druid. He always asks have a cat.
Well, you do have a cat, so he is right. He won another debate.
AWOL is asking
Like-
Daniel, are there any nightclubs in Romania? Why would there not
No,
be?
we only have day clubs. That's where vampires go to have fun. When they can't go outside.
Hold on a sec. Let me grab water. I'm like thinking like what Nosferatu would ask for from the DJ. You will drop to me the sickest beats ever told in time. Toccata in fugue in D minor.
I mean, maybe.
My favorite Bach song.
I don't know. I wonder what Nosferatu would love as music.
James Miller says Daniel is a drag as a co-host. Why do you dislike Daniel? I think he's great. I love talking with Daniel. Me and
people are
Daniel get
jealous.
along real well.
People are jealous.
People are the jelly. I don't know. Do you need me to switch up the? Do you need a break, Daniel? Should I bring in other co-hosts interested in
That's
discussing?
entirely up to you. It's entirely
don't
up
know.
to you.
Hyperborea Maxing says, "Who is the lib? I am the lib. Hello. I'm taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. Let's have the discussion. I want to have the discussion with you. If you disagree with what I have to say, Druid says, I'm not too smart, but I think a co-host would be fun. I like Daniel because I think he fills out like there's like a chemistry niche that I just don't have. I don't know much about chemistry, so I like to look at him for some help with it because I'm just like, I'm not sure.
With all the plethora of chemistry-based topics that you're having, you do need a
That
chemist.
and it's not like we like disagree on everything, right? There's some stuff that we definitely do disagree on. Like I know that we disagree on socialism versus capitalism, and we have fought like heavily with one another over this. So
Yeah, but slowly you're kind of coming to my conclusion because I remember there was a
socialism.
time
That
where you would but you would say that it's like billionaires are really good for society.
it's true.
And now you're kind of like
It's true.
wait a
Well,
second,
it's
wait a second.
because
These
of the,
billionaires are kind of like shit.
Yeah, well, it's because of the what I read in the have and the have-nots, or I'm sorry, have-yachts.
Yeah.
Sorry, the haves and the have-yachts. And I was just like, I don't think I was fully aware of just like the sheer level that we're talking about nowadays, that it's like effectively robber
Yep.
baron level. And I just have I have a difficult time justifying it. Like, yeah.
Yep, I know. But it's
Rain
fine,
says,
you know.
I don't know. I
Fine.
think Daniel has a soothing voice and is low-key sexy.
Oh man, now I'm blushing.
They say they don't know about his looks, though. I mean, I can show you what Daniel looks like. He doesn't look bad. Not at all. You know, he looks all right. I'm not going to
for an
judge
old
how.
man,
I'm not going to
okay.
judge how. Yeah, I mean, you're in your 40s, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So, like,
right in the middle between 40s
Um,
and 50s.
AWOL says, Daniel reminds me of the energy vampire from What We Do in the Shadows. What?
No, dude, no. I'm not as cool as that guy. Okay? Just telling you straight up.
Who is
Like
that?
I will never be as cool as. Okay,
you had to
never
catch
seen...
me up on.
Okay, so there's like this show. It's like there was a movie. It was called What We Do in the Shadows. It was about a group of vampires from Australia or New Zealand. I don't remember
Yeah.
exactly what. But after that movie, they made like a TV series, which is called the same, What We Do in the Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about a group of vampires, and they live in Staten Island,
Mm-hmm.
right? And 3 of them are like regular vampires, but there's one guy which is and he's like an energy vampire, right?
Okay.
And that's the guy that no, you're working in an office, right? For
Yeah.
example, and you get that guy that comes over to you and just talks like the most boring things possible and just bores you to death.
Yeah.
Right? And he just like takes all the energy from you while he's doing that, you know? So that's like the energy vampire.
Full energy vampire. All right.
Yeah.
That's funny. That sounds like a like The
really
Office
good show.
skit.
No. It's very different. It's very
Okay.
different. And it's like you have to see it to kind of like understand it.
It's pretty funny.
But it's a really cool. Yeah.
Anyway, we are taking calls 202-998-5218. I do want to have the discussion with you. If you are interested, call in. I'm right here. I'm not hiding. Anybody who wants to call in and debate the libtard, I'm right here. Willing to hear you out. You have to help me. I'm very libtarded, so I don't know. Be careful. Where is this loot?
Oh man.
I'm looking for this loot, dude. I'm looking.
Oh, you're outside now. Aren't you dying of radiation poisoning or something?
No, I'm fine. I got a suit on, but I gotta go to the. I'm trying to make my way to like a town because like my repair is not looking good and I got too much stuff. But there's like loot here, but I can't seem to find it. I'm looking for it. I will find it.
Do you have it on the map or something?
Yeah, I can see it on my. You see like the Triforce there at the top. It's a very small little itty bitty icon.
Yeah. So you know it's around. You just need to find exactly where it's hidden or something. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
Probably somewhere below. I would think.
well.
Dude,
It's
I cannot
not-
do a Nandor
it's-
impression.
Oh, hold on, what did he say? Daniel, do
He
a
asked me to do a
Nandor.
Nandor.
What is a Nandor?
So Nandor is one of the main characters in What We Do in the Shadows.
Okay.
It's kind of like
Now
you
I
know,
gotta
he's
watch
like
this
this
show.
ancient warrior. Yeah. And I cannot do a Nandor impression.
It's funny.
And maybe I could if I tried for like a bit, but I probably can't.
All right.
I mean, they're all
it's
really cool. Like
behind this one.
all the
Yeah,
characters
look
are
at
like
all the-
really nice.
Look at all the stuff here.
Yeah, it's there.
it's got.
it's probably there.
Yeah, it's back there. It's got to be. Oh, I see it. It's there. I see it. Okay, how do I?
So how do you get there?
I'm
Can you
trying.
crouch?
We're gonna figure it out.
Can you destroy the thingies? Or?
Found it.
Oh, there you go.
All right. I think I gotta get over here. Oh my god. And I'm watching my stamina. You can't really. Here we go. All right. Hey, look at that. Look what we got here.
Oh, a
That's
lot of
good
ammo.
stuff. Yeah, a
Hey,
lot of ammo.
you
Good
said you
stuff.
were missing ammo.
Well, but that's not the ammo I need.
Oh,
But I
now
do
you're
like that
complaining.
silencer. I'll take that gladly. And then we're gonna drop all this because we're kind of high on the amount of items that we have, and we got to get back to town, bro, because we are got too much stuff. Anyway, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. What are you doing? The show doesn't work unless you call in.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise,
that
I'm
was
just
his
going to keep
name.
playing. What?
That was his name.
Whose name?
The
Nandor?
energy vampire. His name was
energy?
Colin.
Call in?
Yes, I think that was his name. I
Really?
think it was Colin. Okay, now I need to see, but I think it was Colin. Yeah, Colin Robinson. Yes,
Oh, look.
that was his name.
It's cat cam time. Say hello to
Cat-
Pepper. Hi, Peepee. Hello, Cuddy. Isn't she sweet? She's
I love
also like a
cats.
total
They're nice.
brat. Total brat.
Is she?
Don't show them your bunghole.
Well, you taught her to be like that.
She's a slut. She gonna show you her bunghole.
You that woke ideology. You infected her
I infected her, yeah,
with the woke.
with the
Yes.
wokeness.
You gave her the woke.
She is a black cat after all.
Well, she is.
Oh, yeah,
Like the
pretty.
spawn of Satan.
God damn, dude. She is slamming her head into my hand. I mean, really, really going at it. Are you good, Pepper? Holy crap. Why don't you show them your face? Show them your pretty face. Show them a pretty face. Okay. Okay. She's just vibing. Okay.
She is.
Red
Why don't
Mag
you
says,
do
why
that?
don't you read the carol or invite people from Discord? Okay, all right, Magus. Fine, I'll bring you in.
Oh my
Bring
god.
you in. Magus, you're being invited to speak. Magus. You there? Magus. Magus.
Maybe his mic doesn't work. Oh my god. Okay. His mic doesn't work.
Ow.
That's pretty much it.
Ow. Can Pepper co-host? I wish.
Does she bite?
She loves biting. Not that hard. Doesn't really like draw blood or anything, but she does like to bite. It's more like a gnaw. It's not really like biting, right?
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I just wanted to talk to you since, like, I was still so shocked from yesterday when you told us, like, that you needed a separate cancer insurance in America.
Oh yeah. You didn't know that?
Well, what do you also have to do, like, insurance separate each of your hands?
Yeah, for like the right and left half of your body.
Well, what are you going to do, like, when you make an insurance for your car? Do you have extra insurance for all of your wheels?
Well, so the insurance company has like a reason to not pay you. And so they basically require you to spend more money if you want specific kinds of insurance. And the insurance for cancer is not included in healthcare packages.
Yeah, but here's like all the basic stuff is like here. It's like we have cancers inside. We have dentist stuff like the
Yeah,
the
I know.
cheapest filling a part of pulling a teeth.
I'm aware.
All of that shit is everything cared for.
Yeah,
I mean,
aware.
like, it's so weird to me, like that you have to go like for everything separate.
Yeah, I mean, it just that's what we do in the United States. It is what it is. Do you like it?
I also just I hate it. It's awful. How people live that life.
Listen, we have a lot of politicians that curtailed themselves for insurance companies.
I mean, I'm not wondering like why so many Americans are coming to Europe. I mean, like we just
James
recently,
James Miller
we just
says
had today.
another foreigner. James, if you want a non-foreigner to call, you should call in. I've never
I
heard
go
you
down
call
when he
in.
wants to come up.
The phone number is right there, 202-998-5218. Just call in. What's wrong with you? Anyway, go ahead and continue, Magus.
Yeah, no, we just recently had. I was just reading today. They limited here in Germany now the guns which are people allowed to own.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
when it comes like to
Based.
sports people, sports shooters, they are limited to 10 rifles. Hunters are limited to 15 rifles.
Okay.
And
Based.
2 pistols. And I think that's already too much. I think 15 rifles. Who the fucking hell?
That's a
Which
lot.
hunter
That's a
needs
lot.
15 rifles?
That's a lot. But I mean, they're like, it's hunters or whatever, and I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not really about hunting. It's about, the NRA spending tons of money on politicians and Republicans, hook, line, and sinker into constitutional originalism, which is one of the dumbest ideas ever, mostly because the name of the Constitution of each rule is called an amendment, as in it is designed originally to amend. I don't understand why they think that an amendment should never be changed. It blows my mind.
No. But what is funny is I read into the Second Amendment, and I was quite laughing because like the first part is
a well-regulated militia.
To ensure the safety and the freedom of a state, there is a well-regulated militia necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
These people who are owning guns are not part of a militia, and they are also what for? I mean, you have the National Guard. I mean, that's already a militia, and you have an army. So the premise is not given anymore.
Yeah, no, I
is
agree.
like
It's stupid. I mean, again, we just interpreted it far too literally, and we just moved off from there. And I'm like, this isn't. First of all, I think like a founding father, if they were born today, they probably wouldn't argue this. And again, it's still called an amendment. It's designed to be amended. Like, that's the whole point of an amendment. Like, they knew that it would change. They were like, yeah, it's going to change. And that's okay. Like, bruh, why does everybody have to look at it in such a literal way?
Yeah, but like the premise and the conclusion are part of the amendment. Like the premise is like that the well-regulated militia, and to ensure the freedom, and therefore like the possess of firearms should not be like infringed like with people.
Yeah.
But like when the premise is gone, then the conclusion is bullshit.
Let me see here.
Or do I see that wrong?
Let's see. We have Rain saying, you fell for the classic judge by a book by its cover level of thinking. I think is referring to Nut Name, who is saying, isn't North Korea, isn't it really a republic? Oh my goodness. James Miller says the militia is the people. Yeah, well-regulated militia. Did we just ignore that?
Yeah, but a militia is an organization. I mean, somewhat these people would need to be registered themselves within a militia. Then it would make sense. Like if you would actually put up a militia and these people would train militia training and then be registered within a militia, okay, get a firearm.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree with you. But, I mean, that's beside the point, right? Again, it's called an amendment. By the way, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. I don't know. What do you think of this, Daniel?
I mean, you know exactly what my stance is on guns.
You tell the audience.
Guns are by themselves necessary for a healthy society. I mean, you know, I also live in a country where, you know, we have like a lot of rules and regulations surrounding guns. and we have almost zero gun violence in Romania. Like it happens from time to time. Somebody just uses like a sporting rifle or like a hunting rifle to accidentally injure themselves. Otherwise, it's very, very, very few gun-related deaths. And in general, Romania is like a lot safer than the United States on average.
Yeah, but look like Switzerland. Switzerland has an extremely high amount of guns. I mean, they have a crazy amount of guns, but nearly no gun violence.
Yeah, but I'm not
In
against
Germany,
gun
we have
ownership.
we have a shit ton of hunters in Germany. We need hunting. Hunting is important since like we eradicated all natural predators. Like we have to maintain some control and regulation around our forests, like with all the boars, so they not overpopulate and stuff. So hunters are necessary and important. But like, it's like our regulations are going to ensure that like they're gonna invite you to like a talk like where you have like 45, 90 minutes like talking to a therapist. But they're gonna ask you like, why do you want to have a gun, you know? So to just ensure like that you're not some crazy fucker who is just want to have a gun for going to shoot people.
No, I mean, obviously, it's all about how you regulate. I'm not against people owning guns. It's fine. I think there should be, some people do have a need for guns, and it's understandable. It's just that this culture of like you can go to Walmart and buy guns is kind of stupid.
All right, here we go.
Even if it's your personal kink and you get a fucking boner from it, I don't care. But like, they need at least a process like where it's somewhat like regulated that guns not going into the wrong hands.
Hold on, let me see where. Okay, Not Named says First Amender. How many times does the word democracy appear in the Constitution? The amount of times that you had sex last week.
That's a burn.
That's a knee slapper right there. Knee slapper. Now watch how many people are Googling how many times it says democracy in the Constitution. It says 0, by the way.
By the way, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, no problem.
Another thing I wanted to ask is like, how do you think like is currently the political climate in the US? Like, I mean, do we gotta see more people immigrate from the US to Europe?
Wait, say that again?
You think there's going to be like a brain drain from the United States to Europe?
Oh no, we're already
there.
That's already happening.
Drain. Yeah,
that's already a thing. That's not speculation. We know that's happening. Sad, really.
But how many?
How many? I don't know. Good question. Not clue.
I mean, RFK is doing a wonderful job at the CDC. So there's a lot of
the Briscoe says
PhDs.
Hold on, let me say it. Let me say it in the obviously the Briscoe's voice. Oh shit! You really burned him with that one, Amender. Rolls eyes emoji.
I'm quite surprised.
Call in. If you want to have a discussion, call in 202-998-5218. Come on. Don't be a coward.
Yeah, would be interesting to
call in. Let me clip farm you. I'm sorry.
Call in. Don't be a pussy.
Well, that's too much to ask, probably, for some of those gentlemen.
Someone. Okay, First Amender. It does not say democracy at all. Yeah, I know. That was the joke. That was the joke. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da.
So I go downstairs like to the audience again. I'm done for today. But
all right, Magus.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah,
and
good talk, Magus.
Have a good stream and having a good evening to all people in the audience.
One of them days. Okay, let me see here.
Dude, it's so lovely, man. It's like people, like how many times it says democracy in the Constitution? It's crazy. Does it matter?
I mean, to be fair, right?
What is the point?
A constitutional republic is a democracy. Like a lot of people, they like to say.
That's what I'm saying.
I swear to God, dude, these guys, they have the biggest underbite just talking about this stuff. Just like, well, Amender. Did you know that it's a constitutional republic, not a democracy? Did you know that, you idiot?
I mean,
Meanwhile,
technically,
they didn't take the time.
The thing they say the most is that it's not a democracy, right? That they love to say it's not a democracy.
Yeah.
Like somehow it makes things better by saying that.
And then, meanwhile, all you got to do is just open up Wikipedia, right? These smug bastards. You just open up Wikipedia, and in recent public discourse, constitutional republic is sometimes used in contrast with the term democracy. In fact, a constitutional republic is a form of representative democracy. It's just another form of democracy.
That's not cheese. That's cheddar.
Dude, Drew! All right, we got somebody who wants to talk. All right, we got OND. Let me put myself on do not disturb mode so that way nobody calls in while we take on OND, come on up. You're being invited to speak. I saw your hand was up. Come on up. You just have to accept. You're invited. You could speak. Come.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I'm from Sweden.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Just the general thing you're talking about. You're a woke liberal.
I am super
correct?
Woke. Super woke. Yep.
Okay. Do you know that wokeism, or which I like to call it leftism, shares zero values with libertarianism?
Zero values? No, I disagree with that.
Apparently you support political assassinations.
No, I don't support political assassinations.
Okay, so you're not woke.
I don't believe in political. I don't believe that you need to believe in political assassination to be woke.
Can you, keyboard warrior, say or state the tenets of liberalism?
Yeah, I think that examples such as private property ownership, market economies, individual liberties such as civil rights and human rights, liberal democracies, secularism, I think rule of law.
Secularism in the meaning that people can not believe in God, correct?
Well, it just that that secularism just means a separation of church and state. The state does not have a right to impose a religion on people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I understand.
There's economic and political freedom. There's the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom of religion. And I also believe that liberalism is also the dominant ideology of modern history.
Okay. So my argument is that liberalism, first of all, has been taken over by fascism.
Okay.
We can see it clearly, where you have your mainstream media in the United States. We have mainstream media in Sweden. Sweden is acting like the US in the mainstream media, which we know for a fact that the majority of media in mainstream media is pro-Democrat Party, who does not share any values of liberalism. Freedom of speech, they plagiarize a lot. and they call for violence
Freedom
against
is-
their political opponents.
Okay, hold on. So the Democratic Party, right, as far as I'm aware of, in the United States, do support private property. They do support market economies. They do support civil rights and human rights. They do support a liberal democracy. They do support secularism. They do support the rule of law, economic and political freedom. They do support the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom of assembly, the freedom of religion. They support all of those things.
Yes. Okay.
So what's your problem?
Are you done? No. So what they have advocated while using freedom of speech, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, freedom of speech and the barrier and the written law of freedom of speech is advocating violence against people or violent rhetoric.
Can you give some examples while you're at it? Because you said like the Democratic Party is doing that. Can you give some examples of Democratic Party leaders that have called for violence?
Absolutely.
Please.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can put it in the side chat.
No, I'm talking, right?
You could talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's like I asked for like evidence. Do you have any evidence of that, or?
How about MSNBC or CNN?
Is that the Democratic Party?
No, it's the free market. I'm explaining.
Because you said the Democratic Party.
Look, are you gonna talk over me, or can I explain?
Yeah, sure. But I was just trying to correct what you're saying.
That's fine. So, it's freedom of speech. You have a free market capitalism. So every company can create a company, right? Or every company can use freedom of speech, correct?
There's caveats, but yes.
That's what freedom of speech means.
Yes. So MSNBC and CNN have constantly called the sitting president, the elected president of the United States, elected by the people. I've sat and waited, and you said America is a democracy. It's a constitutional republic, but in your worldview, it's a democracy, and the people elected Donald Trump. During this time, CNN and MSNBC has called him constantly Hitler, who is the worst.
That's false.
They've called him Hitler.
Can you give examples?
Yes.
Can you give examples?
I mean, he has some fashy points. Like he's
Do you want
pretty
me
fascist.
to link? Okay. Yep. Okay. So you don't really want to debate. You want me to look up?
I know who called him Hitler. Do you want to know who called him Hitler?
Speak your mind. You're welcome.
Do you know who J.D. Vance is?
Yes, he's vice president.
He called him Hitler.
Absolutely, you can show that if you want me to show that. But I can explain. Right now, I need to look up all of this. So I have the tenets of liberalism up. But they have called both Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump Hitler.
No, they haven't.
They have.
You're just lying now. Please show us. I showed you in the side chat where J.D. Vance compared Trump to Hitler. Now it's your turn.
I mean, I'm sure like somewhere at some place, somebody called Trump Hitler. And, you know, even I myself have called Trump have some very fascist authoritarian talking points akin to Hitler. I've said that many times on my show. What's your point?
J.D. Vance didn't actually call them Hitler. He compared.
I don't think that matters. What is your point? What are you trying to bring up?
What my point is, because you didn't state the point. You're a woke liberal, so I can argue everything. But is that JD Vance disliked Trump at start, whatever, it doesn't matter, but constantly leftist media is the incitement of violence.
All right. Well, you're not talking. You're not talking to an MSNBC expert, nor are you talking to somebody from CNN. I'm talking to you from myself. All I can do is speak for myself. I don't argue in favor of any amount of violence.
I understand that.
Okay, so why not talk to me, right? Instead of like attribute whatever it is MSNBC does or whatever CNN does to me.
No, so I attribute mainstream media, which is propagated by funding from the DNC, by the way, and the majority of media is funded by the DNC.
Okay, great.
It's a propaganda.
I don't know what I don't even watch. I don't even watch cable news. So I don't know what I look at AP News and Reuters and PBS. That's it.
In your worldview, where you describe wokeness, does that mean puberty blockers for minors, for example?
I'm very much in favor of puberty blockers for minors. Yep, because I believe that is the standards of care based on WPATH standards.
That means you're the far left. You're not.
Well, I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. Value. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. For example,
you're not a capitalist.
I am a capitalist.
Okay. So your point of view is degenerate, and I rise above it, like we see millions of people rise above it. I'm from the most liberal country on the planet, which was destroyed by people like you, who had unfettered control of migrants coming in. The entire Europe is destroyed. And lastly,
did you want to talk about transness or what? Like, is there any way that we could stick on one topic?
Yeah, I want to state one topic, which is very important, and it's my last topic, and then I can go off.
Well, I was hoping to stick to one. I try to keep people on one topic, and then we talk about the one topic instead of like rattling off 7 or 8 different points.
Absolutely. Right? I'm sorry. In 2005, George Soros signed an open letter to the European Union, the European leaders, stating his plan. You can call it plan if you want. Italy and Greece will open their borders. They will allow 1 million migrants a year. They will then be bussed into every country in the European Union. Can you answer which 2 countries didn't allow that?
I don't. I don't know.
It was Hungary and Poland. And then we have terrorist attacks the last 25 years, 20 or 25 years. Which countries did not have that? Terrorist attacks.
I'm assuming you're going to say Hungary and Poland?
Yes.
No,
there's a map
or
of
Bulgaria.
Romania was not part of that graph.
I don't believe that most Muslims want to commit terror attacks. Like I look at it as like an air of compassion.
You were religious. I thought you were religious.
I'm not religious. There are people that are escaping.
I thought you were a Christian.
I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist.
So you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's people that are escaping war-torn countries, and what I observe is, if I were in, say, a war-torn country, that I would hope that would be people that possess enough compassion around me that would be willing to take me in as refugees. And I think, maybe I would agree with you that there's political. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. All right. Well, I don't want to mute you.
Absolutely.
You gotta let me finish. I believe that I come from a war-torn country that that there should be people that are willing to take me in, just from like a humanitarian point. Is it possible that there's going to be, social strife or even religious strife? Yeah, I think so. I think that's inevitable, especially if you have a different religion. Does that mean, therefore, that you don't help these people? No, I don't think so. I think that a majority of people, they can very easily become a part of your society, and it's perfectly acceptable. I like to look at, for example, like the Netherlands as an example. The Netherlands took in lots and lots of Islamic refugees, and
they didn't like it, so they voted different.
At the end result, you have that right next to the LGBTQ lingerie store, right? Think like rainbow underwear. Right next to it, and sex toys. Right next to it, literally 2 doors down, not but 2 doors down, there was a halal food shop. Amazing. Great freedom. Love it. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. That's what I want.
This is the worst thing I've ever heard.
Why?
I know. Look, I have friends all over Europe. I have women friends all over Europe. France is gone. England is gone. It's not part of the EU. It's gone. Entire fucking city, entire cities, is gone.
I don't agree with that. They have lower crime rates than in the United States, and we don't even have a Muslim problem in the United States. Right? We don't like you think that it's like this horrible.
Prove.
Well, did you know that?
I can literally prove it.
Yeah. So I've actually seen these exact studies, and did you know that there was an EU rebuttal to this, where they were able to determine that when accounting for socioeconomic status, that they were effectively able to rule out the level of violence difference?
Are you going to talk about GDP?
No,
GDP or good economic growth?
I didn't say anything regarding GDP. I didn't say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Economic growth.
Yeah,
You're going to talk about that.
Regarding economic growth. I don't know what you heard, but I didn't say anything regarding economic growth.
Okay. So can you point to any position of open borders being good in the West?
It's good for the economy. Yeah. Yeah, people do better when...
Okay, so you pointed to economic growth.
I mean, that's one. There's also the fact that when you account for socioeconomic factors...
high crime, socioeconomic factors...
All right, your server muted. If I'm explaining something, you got to let me finish. So if you account for socioeconomic factors, the level of violence effectively becomes a 1-to-1 ratio between Europeans and Muslims entering into the country, because they do have poor socioeconomic status. So the current idea of the fault is not that there's something like inherent in the culture that they're just going to be more violent. The reality is that it is socioeconomic conditions that increases strife. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, understandable. But you believe 100% of these people are suffering from economic strife and war-torn countries.
I didn't say 100%. I'm sure there's like a rich Muslim out there.
My argument is the majority. I don't know the majority of it, but the majority absolutely is mostly men, and they're not. They're facing economic strife, and they do not work. They do not contribute to Western civilization or anything. They commit crimes more than anyone. Do you want to hear a factual thing that actually happened in the 90s in Sweden, for example?
Not really.
Okay, so the most liberal country. I thought
Well,
leftist
no, the problem
people
is
and woke
is like
people
when you
loved,
bring up a
loved
person,
it.
like a single anecdote, as opposed to like looking at it as like an overall. And I mean, I could show you, for example, like right here. I'll share it for you to be able to observe yourself. That I'm not making things up when I'm telling you this information.
Link it.
I
Link
posted it
instead.
inside chat.
Link it instead.
So
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
the abstract saying is socioeconomic marginalization
leftist,
associated with radicalization of European foreign fighters. Analyzing the biographical data of 1,019 foreign fighters from France, Germany, and the United Kingdom and compare their level of education and unemployment rate to those of the population most at risk of radicalization, namely young male Muslim population within the respective country. Overall, the results indicate that compared to the population at the highest risk of radicalization, foreign fighters do not appear to be disproportionately or socioeconomically deprived, as an analysis of survey data on support of foreign fighters conducted during Muslim minority of Germany rather further underlying these findings. This is not the fucking study. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I got to find there was like a big giant one.
It doesn't matter. Can you at least agree that open border policy in every European country and during Biden increased rapes, human trafficking, murderers, and criminality?
So I remember this that rape
that
statistic being increasing. They actually, what they did is that they had defined what they considered to be a rape to be much broader than what it had been in the past, and so they saw a sudden uptick in the amount of rapes. It didn't actually have anything to do with Muslims entering into the country, but that did not stop xenophobes from arguing.
That is
anyway.
insane.
It's not insane. That's exactly what happened.
Do you know where I work? I work with majority Muslims. They think women should not have rights.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I would
in Sweden, in liberal Sweden, Sweden.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I would imagine that there's a first
point.
generation Muslims that would likely believe that because of how repressive their religions are, but this is not necessarily the case of second or third generation. Right, they tend to de-radicalize as time goes on.
You really believe that Muslims should take over Sweden?
No.
Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so in every statistics measurable, they birth children, and Western women.
Yep.
Who got every privilege,
They have
privilege.
They have like a 1.8 for in Sweden. Yeah. Is that what you're gonna bring up?
So,
you're gonna bring up birth statistics?
Yeah, the birth rate in the West. This is a solution to this. What you're
this is a fundamental lack of understanding in basic anthropology. This is literally anthropology.
No,
101.
It's actually not.
Let me finish.
No.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but you didn't let me finish.
It's
unfortunately
Anthropology 101.
Can I make my point?
Go ahead, make your point. But you're wrong about the birth rates.
Yeah. The birth rates in Western women, because of consumerism, mostly, and pushing for a feminist ideology, is ruining the entire West. It's the biggest issue of the entire West. If you have an IQ over 200 at least, you would understand this. What radicals decided was the solution.
So did you want to talk about the increase of population, or did you want to talk about the feminism?
Mostly companies that push this radical fucking ideology. No, I'm almost finished my point.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead and Gish Gallop some more points. Get it in there.
Yeah, for a worker force. I mean, how insane are you? This is exactly...
Yeah. So this is a fundamental misunderstanding of anthropology. So it actually turns out that when you enter into a country of high socioeconomic status, you match the birth rate of that home country. That happens within the second generation. That's already fundamentally the case. Second thing is that they often de-radicalize themselves over time. And then also third of all, arguing like the weird, like anti-feminist movement. If anything, you would probably want more Muslims into your country, considering that they tend to be less feminist than Swedish counterparts. So that's a little weird that you bring that up, but then for whatever reason, dislike Muslims. Let me ask you this.
I don't hate Muslims.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a racist?
No, I don't give a shit about the color of your skin.
Okay, but why are you going against just people that just trying to like come to your country to live their lives?
When I see them,
better yet,
when I see them raping
better question.
The women of my country.
Well, they're not raping.
Is,
they're not raping at the. They're not
second gorgeous women.
Yeah, that's just a right-wing talking point. It's not the reality.
Okay, let's go to through statistics then. Sweden is sixth in rapes per capita.
Hey, let me ask you this.
In the world.
All right. I gotta.
Okay.
Let me ask you this.
You can ask me whatever you want.
What demographic has the highest propensity of rape?
In what country?
Any country. Doesn't matter what country I pick. It is the same demographic no matter what country.
Argument.
No, I'm asking you. What is the demographic that has the highest propensity of rape? Go ahead.
I think India's gang rapes.
No, what? It could be rape, any rape. Gang rape, non-gang rape, whatever. Rape.
But you're not giving me any specifics.
I'm asking you what demographic is the highest propensity?
Woke liberal. Come on, woke liberal. Give me some fucking statistics.
All right, I'll tell you right now, right?
Okay, you're a keyboard warrior.
Right.
You're looking at statistics.
I'll help you out. I'll pull up the stat.
You're pushing an argument which cannot be answered without a description.
Yeah. Okay. So, just so you're aware,
which country has the most rapes per capita?
Yeah.
Is it per capita?
Did you know? Right.
Jesus Christ.
That the perpetrators of rape, the demographic that is most probable to commit a rape is in fact males. 99% of the perpetrators of rape are male.
We have solved the issue. It's male people.
Yeah, so hear me out, Und. Hear me out, Und.
So what is the Western world?
Und, I gotta mute you. Okay, I need you to listen. Hear out the argument. So hear me out. Since we know that 99% of the rapes are caused by men, hear me out. Here's what we do in Sweden. Okay? In Sweden, we kick out all the men. Okay? We leave them, they go into the mud pits. Okay? And they could the men, they could fight amongst one another and I don't know, just who cares? We have a big wall, right? And only the women get to stay in the cities, right? In the nice areas. And the men, they get to fight in the mud pits, okay? Because they have a high propensity of violence and rape and all those horrible things that we don't want to happen in society, okay? The only thing that we do, right? That we need the men for is we just have to get seed from them once in a while. Honestly, we only need one man really to do it. We don't need a bunch. We just need one man. And we'll just have an automated, seed extractor. And we'll take the seed and we'll implant it into every woman, right? So that way we have that 2.1, birth rate. Right? It would be a perfect society. Don't you agree? Wouldn't you like this society? It would be super safe. What do you think about that?
I'm actually the opposite of that. So, first of all,
I'm saying, right? Hold on. So what should we do about Muslims in your country? Should we kick them out of your country?
Ask.
Why do we kick?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So Why do we kick them out? Is it because they're violent?
Can I respond?
Hey on.
Can I
Hey on.
respond?
Hey on.
Can I-
Yeah, stop saying
Okay.
that. Just respond to what I said. So we kick them out of the country. Why do we kick them out of the country? Is it because they're violent and they cause more rape?
Because they're culturally liberals do not understand this because they're retards.
All right, come on, dude. Seriously, I didn't insult you once, right? But let's try it one more time, right? Should we kick them out because of their increase? Let's assume your predicate. They are more violent. They cause more rape. All right, is that the reason that we should kick them out?
That's the fallacy you're saying.
I'm
It's
asking
wrong.
you. That's
But
not a fallacy. That's a question. That's an open-ended question.
It-
Should
it-
we kick them out because they cause more rape and violence?
You're assuming.
I'm not assuming anything.
That,
I'm asking you.
You're assuming that I say that 100% of Muslims rape and murder people. No.
Okay,
If they
so-
assimilate to society.
So hold on.
and
Then is your
pay
argument
taxes,
that we only kick out people who cause crimes?
well, stop the open border. That's the main point.
What? You're in the EU.
Do
You're
not
not making an
invite
open border.
people. It is an open
And
border.
also, again, like, do you believe that we should kick out the Muslims because they increase rape and crime?
It's a huge increase in rapes.
Holy shit, he can't answer the question. Should we kick them out because of
Probably
that?
allergic.
Of rape, yes.
Should we kick them out?
What do you? How stupid are you?
Dude, can you just answer the question?
Just
I don't
answer
know,
the
just stop
fucking
saying
question.
How stupid he is. How
Should
stupid
we
are you?
kick-
It's like he's asking you a question and you cannot answer. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Should we kick out? That's the question.
Yes!
Should we kick out?
Should we kick them
Can you-
out? Yeah, because of the increased rape
you
and
fucking,
violence.
liberal.
Oh, God.
Should we-
Super hard.
Can I respond to
That's
the
a
fucking
yes
question?
or no.
Please.
Shut up. Stop doing meta. Yes or no.
It's only
The next
a
word
yes
out
or
of your
no.
mouth needs to be a yes or no, and then explain.
100% of Muslims needs to be kicked out because some Muslims rape people. That is your question.
Yes.
No.
Okay, great.
I
Thank
answer
you.
no.
Thank you. All right. So
Was
so
that
what should we do
so
with
hard?
the? So what should we?
You didn't explain.
Yeah,
the
it's not.
question.
It's. I did explain it.
What
I
the
explained it
fuck?
very clearly. Daniel understood it. I think
No, you
everybody
didn't.
understood it. I agree with you. I don't think we should kick all Muslims out because of
He's a
increased rape
Romanian
and
communist,
violence.
so.
You know. He's a socialist,
No.
not a communist. He doesn't even argue.
Okay, let me
communism.
counter. Ask you a simple question: Should
Uh-huh.
we vet people
Sure.
and
not against vetting people,
understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
So why are you a woke liberal then?
Oh, well, because I believe in the fundamental human rights of all individuals. And I'm also aware of what are socioeconomic conditions that affect groups of people. And I seek to correct those things. That's what makes me woke.
Can you define what
You're-
woke is?
You're not
You seem to be using
saying
this
you're
word a lot.
woke. Yeah, woke
what is
is
woke?
fucking. He's using your moderator to
No.
a YouTuber who uses the word woke.
Yeah, I use
Yeah,
the
but
word
he
woke.
has like a
because I'm
Imagine
woke.
being
Then you
this
do.
Very woke.
stupid. Woke. What is woke? You're a fascist.
No,
That's
that's
my
not.
argument.
Well, no. It's fascists that like to argue kicking people out of their country because of the increased violence and rape. But okay, I'm woke. I understand. Like, what are the socioeconomic
freedom of
implications
speech is-
of negative things, and I seek to repair those things that improve people's outcomes. That would be being woke.
Okay, so it only caters to a man being politically assassinated for you to say, well, I need to change the woke status now.
Who is
The
he
woke.
Daniel,
So
who's
wait,
he,
can
who's
I-
he,
can I ask
who's
you-
he
can I
talking
ask you
to?
a
Does he think
question?
that I support
Yeah, I just
what
want
happened
to
with
ask
Charlie
You
you-
Kirk?
Romanian cuck.
Does he think that
I just want to ask
It's
him
a
something.
Romanian
Just a second,
cuck.
Amanda.
You're afraid of
Yeah,
being
I'm a Romanian
cancelled.
cuck. But Und. So you said that the
I
Democratic
am
Party,
evil.
right, and
Yes.
Democrats in general were advocating and were being very violent because they were calling Trump like Hitler and a fascist, right?
Yes, correct.
So are you doing the same thing right now when you're calling Amanda a fascist?
No, I'm calling for.
Oh, of course you are.
No,
You're
I'm
literally
calling
doing
for.
that.
No, I'm calling for conservatives all around the world, and even liberals, real liberals.
Not like
called
me.
him a
I'm a woke
fascist.
liberal.
but they are.
You just called him a
Do-
fascist.
I'm a
By
fascist?
So you are
How am I
calling
a
him a fascist.
fascist?
So you are calling him a fascist. So you are doing violence, right? According to
No.
your criteria, what you're doing right now is
You're
violence.
misunderstanding
No?
it. You're
Oh, you're having a
misunderstanding
double
it.
standard. Okay, I get it.
No,
It's
you're
okay.
misunderstanding it. I'm saying.
No, I'm not.
the-
I'm literally not. I'm just applying your logic
No.
against you, and you don't like it. But it's fine. It's normal.
No, can I answer you? You asked me a question, correct?
I don't think you can, but you can try. Yeah.
Yes, it's a very simple answer to this. I'm not calling him a fascist. I'm calling the woke fascist.
But he is a woke liberal, and you did
I
call
am.
him. a
I'm
fascist.
very woke.
Yeah,
It's
then
true,
you're
I'm
a
very woke.
fascist. Then you're a fascist.
I'm a
So- so
fascist
you
for
are
wanting
doing violence,
for
right?
understanding the societal implications
For
of
implementing
racist
woke.
racist
If you said-
positions
if
that
you
resulted
said-
in the subjugation of minorities and wanting to correct that. That's what makes me a fascist.
So
Subjugating
why are you doing
minorities.
violence? Why
I
are you
didn't
doing
say
violence?
anything
Subjugating-
about subjugating minorities. Listen carefully. I'm saying society has subjugated minorities, which has resulted in poor socioeconomic conditions, which increases
Which
crime
you
rate,
mean
which decreases
Democrats.
education, which decreases their overall outcomes. And I seek to correct that.
Do you want to hear the real truth?
I want to
That
hear the real
I
is-
really
truth.
want to hear why you're doing violence, though. Why are you doing violence?
I want to hear the real truth. Let's hear it.
Am I doing
ready with
violence?
the real truth.
I'm using speech, but apparently the Romanian guy hasn't figured it out.
Well,
yet.
apparently
But
you
We
were
haven't
having
figured
a
it out.
problem when Democrats were using speech, and you're calling that violence. But when you're doing the same thing, you're not. It's not violence, right?
Okay.
It's
By the
called
way,
Do you
just so
know-
you're aware, like
Roman-
me,
uh,
right? Just so you're aware, like
Romanian
me
guy.
as a
Can I answer?
yeah,
Okay.
just so you're aware, like me as a woke liberal, like I've repeatedly condemned, the death of Charlie Kirk. I don't believe he deserved to die, right? I don't believe people deserve to die for their speech, right? Even if it is hateful.
You touch your eyebrow, that means you're lying.
I had an itch on my eyebrow, so I
God,
scratched
you're
it. I'm just
stupid.
telling you what I believe, dude.
I'm
I'm
just
not.
joking. Come on.
Okay. Jesus.
Yeah, I was not being serious. But I can explain it literally. So, besides all the rhetoric of all of this, it happened to be that individuals on college campuses funded by George Soros and violent pro rioters was funded by George Soros.
Have you ever read about what George
is-
Soros
okay.
actually does or did?
I read this open letter that destroyed the entire EU. Have you
No,
read
no.
his open letter?
What about his book on open societies and its enemies?
I
Have you ever
don't
read
care. His open letter
All
to
right,
European leaders.
Listen, I heard
Okay,
every which
you
way
interrupted me.
all of the reasons why George Soros is the most horrible person ever, and
Yes.
I considered it, and maybe to some extent regarding what he did economically to Britain, I would probably agree with you to some extent. However,
His open letter.
he and his Open Societies Foundation
Not bad.
worked on eradicating certain diseases across the, for example, African countries, and was successful in doing so. I believe he was one of the contributors towards helping end smallpox. There's also the fact that he had openly pushed against
Keyboard
apartheid
warrior.
that was happening against white people in South Africa, and he was one of the people that pushed against that. He released a lot of propaganda to try to resist that, and he was successful in doing so. These are both very noble things, albeit like he caused great harm in the United Kingdom with the banking system. Exploiting a
He's
weakness.
a socialist.
Yeah,
You're
I mean, I
taking a
think
long
he
time,
rethinks. Yeah, I mean, I think
explaining
he
he's a
rethinks
socialist.
things about the capitalist economy and sees the problems that exist within capitalism and realizes what ought to happen. But here's what I'm saying is like, I don't think like George Soros is probably not the guy that I would consider to be like the most evil person ever. I mean, not by a long shot. I mean, you should look at people like Jeff Bezos are much more harmful to society than George Soros. I promise you that.
Compared to George Soros?
Yeah, it's not even close.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that is not true.
You should probably look up the Open Societies Foundation.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
I hate Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
I
I'm
hate
just saying,
Jeff
can you
Bezos
like
as well.
spend the time, consider reading up read what he actually says.
Read it up.
Read up what he says. Right? I didn't look at what
But you
Fox
haven't,
News said about Nancy Pelosi. I read Nancy Pelosi's book. Right? That's what I do. I do these things. I did that with Ron Paul. I did it with Ron DeSantis. I did it with Kristi Noem. I did it with all sorts of different Republicans, and I did it with Democrats as well. And I also did it with George Soros. I read his books and I was like, crap, there's more to this person than what people originally think. And I think honestly, take the time to read about things that you disagree.
He indoctrinated college students.
Well, I don't call it indoctrination if you're talking about something that is helping spread democracy in the world. Right? I don't agree. I don't agree with that. No.
Okay. So have you read this open letter to the EU?
No.
Yes or no?
No, I haven't.
Okay. It's open for everyone to read.
I'm sure.
But yeah. So I mean, so you support George Soros or not?
I support his Open Societies Foundation, but I don't support with what he did with the United Kingdom. I think he hurt the banking system, and it would have been better if he did not benefit greatly from that.
And you believe in an open society, as
I do.
You said.
I do.
Yeah.
I do 100%. Yeah.
So Muslims who think Christians are wrong are welcome with open arms, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you're like saying that, well, the Muslims will cause all sorts of problems towards Christians, I could still just bring up the men argument, because it's overwhelming that men commit most of the violent crimes and most of the rapes, but yet we don't kick out all men. That's a stupid argument, right? We just address individuals as individuals and not. Well, but no, that is correct. That is correct. What I just said is correct.
Men,
a majority of the crimes are made by men, and that actually makes sense because men have more testosterone than women, and it causes them to think more aggressively. That's what testosterone does.
But
men have a genetic predisposition to committing more violent crimes, but that doesn't mean we kick out all men. Obviously not, right? That would be stupid.
I 100% agree with you, but you're not arguing for the point of men versus female, and you're also woke, so you agree that it's 72 genders. So. Which proves my entire point.
I didn't say anything regarding 72 genders. I didn't say anything regarding trans people. And
what is woke?
You're the one. You're the one trying. But you understand that you're poisoning the well.
What
you're
is
just
woke?
poisoning the well. Anyway,
I'm not poisoning the well. I'm asking.
So I'm gonna actually give you the last the last word, and then we're gonna move on because it is past 9:30. It's currently 9:43, so we're good 15 minutes after. When I normally end the show, so I'm going to let you.
The morning in Sweden.
Fair enough. I'm going to let you finish your point, and then that'll be that. I appreciate you coming in today.
Yep. Appreciate you having me.
Mhm.
But what is woke?
It's being aware of the societal implications that lead to worse outcomes on groups of people.
Okay. So what is gender dysphoria?
Gender dysphoria is a negative feeling that is associated of not being the same sex as your gender.
And that is a dysphoria or a mental illness, correct?
That is a mental illness, yes.
Yes. So why did Democrats normalize that?
They didn't normalize it. They just acknowledge the existence of trans people.
They didn't normalize gender dysphoria?
You're misinterpreting a trans person to gender dysphoria. Not all trans people have gender dysphoria. It's not the same thing.
Okay, so it's normalized to believe that you're birth in a different gender, correct?
You can be, yes. But that doesn't mean you have gender dysphoria.
That is not true.
That is true. I can pull up psychiatry.org that proves that fact.
Because they changed it.
I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, I identify very, very closely with trans individuals. I do not have gender dysphoria.
They're mentally ill. They should be taken care of.
Do you believe that I am mentally ill?
Because you identify to support these people. I think you're right there.
I am trans identifying. So am I mentally ill? Do I sound mentally ill to you?
You identify as a trans?
Yes. So now, am I mentally ill?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't have gender dysphoria, and that doesn't actually match the criteria necessary to have a mental disorder. So no, I'm not mentally ill.
Okay. Who thought normalizing a mental illness, like, for example, pedophilia?
Yeah, again, you're acting as if you're once again acting as if that this is the same thing. We have to end this, man. I mean, we're just galloping points. It's just nonsense. But I welcome you to come back in and talk about one topic. Discuss one topic. It's not. I'm clarifying how it works, and you don't like the explanation, and you're just galloping the next point. I'm telling you, like Google. Do all trans people have gender dysphoria? You will find that is correct. They do not all have gender dysphoria. That is the reality. You could sit there and argue the opposite until you're blue in the face, but that just makes you wrong and blue in the face. Anyway.
Okay.
It was good talking to you.
So
have a good day.
Yes. Peace.
Well, Daniel, that was the show. What did you think about that?
Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, he had a very hard time understanding what the last words means. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I just despise people like this. Not living in a country where they're living a good life.
But I don't know. You're Romanian.
All their woes on other people. Yeah.
But you're Romanian.
It's just bullshit. But I'm Romanian.
You are a Romanian cock. You are a Romanian cock. You are cuckolded by your Romania.
Can you imagine? That's crazy.
All right. Well,
also, that guy you debated on, like with the Jesus thing, keeps DMing me after I told him.
Really?
I'm not going to
oh my goodness.
Respond to him at all until he has.
Just make sure, like if he becomes too much, you always have the option to get rid of people. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No, but until he actually grows the balls to debate me on voice, it's like I'm not gonna fucking DM him anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Well, I appreciate y'all very much. Thank y'all for joining in. This has been another episode of Debate Awoke Liberal. That's what I call it, right? Yeah, Debate Awoke Liberal. Call-in show. I really appreciate y'all guys very much. We're going to go ahead and have an after show in the Discord. So if you want to join in at discord.gg /FIRST Amender. I'll be hanging out there a little bit while I put away my green screen. So
did
nice.
You thank our sponsor?
The sponsor? I have a sponsor?
Yeah, did you thank NordVPN? What do you mean?
NordVPN. I wish. I would love to shill NordVPN and make a few thousand. That'd be cool. Dang it, man. Well, I guess we got to deal with, send me a like, send me a subscribe. It helps my channel. It really does. Thank you.
helps you
Slowly,
get closer
slowly
to
we're
more
growing.
VPN.
Thank y'all very much. Y'all have a great day. Tomorrow we're going to be doing, we're probably going to be releasing the video. So thank you.